Hi there, I'm Sindhu Chengat, Azure Open Source Lead at Microsoft Asia Pacific. On behalf of Microsoft, welcome to the Open Azure Day for APAC. We are really excited to have you here today, where we'll hear from Microsoft insiders, open source experts, and our partners, such as Red Hat, HashiCorp, SUSE, Canonical, and more, on the latest trends and best practices to run Linux and open source in the cloud natively, and to push your apps and data to the next level. Now, before we get started, I would like to share some tips so you can get the best out of today's experience. Firstly, we have our Q&A open throughout this event. Please feel free to ask our experts anything. You can do so by dropping your questions in the Q&A widget. On the bottom left-hand corner of your console, you will find a resources list. We have some useful content there for your further consumption. There's also a survey at the bottom. We'd love to hear what your thought about today's session is, so please take a minute to complete this at the end of the session. Finally, this is a two-day event, so please make sure you join us tomorrow. If you haven't already registered for tomorrow's session, remember to do so by clicking on the Day 2 event link in the resources list widget below. Thank you, and I hope you have an amazing time with us.
Hi there, I'm Brendan Burns, Kubernetes co-founder and now corporate vice president at Microsoft Azure, where I focus on cloud native and open source computing. And I'm here to talk to you about how you can be future ready with Azure, the open cloud. But first, I'd really like to welcome you to Open Azure Day. It's really fantastic that we can connect through this event and through this streaming around the world to discuss how open source and Azure can help you deliver the business requirements that you need to accelerate your business. But before we get into that, I want to talk a little bit about me. I've actually had a ton of experience in open source communities, starting with actually installing NetBSD on some old computers that happened to be lying around the computer lab. No one was using them. In fact, I think they were on their way out to the junk heap. And I said, can I take that? And the only operating system that I could figure out how to get on, and frankly that I could afford, since it was free, was NetBSD. And that was really the beginning of an open source journey that led me to be a maintainer of the JMeter project, to actually contribute a patch to the Linux kernel to make my laptop battery work back when every new laptop running Linux was an adventure, all the way through to the founding of the Kubernetes project and building up that very large, very vibrant open source community. So I've been around open source for a long time, but I've also seen how open source has transformed in cloud to be something that is an essential component of every application. It's no longer something that somebody's going to discover in a computer science lab. It's now something that is an essential part of practically every service and every API that you're seeing out there in the cloud today. And when you're thinking about that journey to the cloud, I think that one of the things that people are thinking about is, how do I get from my current state in my data center, especially in times like this with high CapEx costs, with a lot of limits on the scalability. We've seen companies that have had to double their capacity to respond to remote workforces or to new demands around e-commerce. All of those things are really hard when you're doing things in your own data center. And I think as we think about this open journey to the cloud, you're getting access to up-to-date hardware with no upfront costs. You're getting the ability to scale dynamically and even to take advantage of cloud-native patterns like blue-green deployments, where you can turn up an entirely new copy of your application and then tear down the old one after you've tested it to make sure that it works. Things like that are just not feasible if you actually have to be responsible for the hardware that everything is running on. And then as you think about deploying your software, and a lot of open source software as well, you have access to things like Azure Security Center that really can provide you with best practices and all of the latest information about where there are vulnerabilities, where you need to update things to ensure that your applications are reliable and compliant. I think one of the most important things to think about when you're thinking about the cloud is what are the capabilities that it can provide? And Azure can provide the best-in-class support for Linux and container infrastructure. And I think this is because we have a deep understanding of what it takes to run Linux in a hyperscale cloud. We have a deep understanding and engagement in both the Linux and container communities, contribute source code to all of these environments. We also have deep partnerships with a ton of great other providers like Red Hat, both in their Red Hat Enterprise Linux as well as in OpenShift, and many other partners who can bring their own open source expertise, like HashiCorp for continuous delivery, or tools like Console on Azure. They can bring their experience to bear on your application. Additionally, we have a ton of great options like the Azure Hybrid benefit, which you can use to ensure that your journey up from on-premise into the cloud is as cost-effective as possible. And then finally, all of our tooling around security, manageability, and all of these tools apply natively to Linux and open source environments, meaning that you can access all of the same tools that you expect out of any cloud on the Azure cloud. And all of this is happening within this great Azure ecosystem of partners and services developed by Microsoft. I think when we think about our approach to open source, I want to highlight a lot of the things that we think make us tick. And one of the most important things that we want to be able to do is be excellent at managing open source software. Right? We want to, if you need to run a Postgres database, if you need to run Kubernetes as a service, if you need to run an open source piece of software like Hadoop, we want to be best in class at running that for you. Because the truth is that when you're thinking about Postgres or Kubernetes or Hadoop or anything else, you're focused on a business objective. You're not focused on learning how to manage that software. And in fact, we have to build teams within Azure to focus on managing that software. That's great for us since we can provide it to our customers. It's not really something that you as a customer want to do. You want to focus on your business, right? And so you can trust Azure to get deep embedded into these open source communities, learn what it takes to manage and run them at scale, and apply that expertise into your environments so that you can build on top and leverage this open source software without having to necessarily develop all of the skills necessary to manage it and run it at scale. I think another approach that was really important to us is contributing back to these communities, right? So it's not sufficient to just take open source software, run it, and sell it. That's not really what open communities are about. And more importantly, it's actually not a really great way to deliver managed open source, right? If you're not in the communities, if you don't have access to the latest updates and the latest patches, as well as the discussions around architecture, where the community is taking it, you're not going to have the ability to develop a good roadmap, to be able to talk to customers about how they should use the software. And so in addition to managing open source software, we really strongly believe we want to contribute back to these communities. And that means connecting a bunch of people around the world to Microsoft employees who are contributing to things like Kubernetes, who are involved in making patches to Kubernetes that add IPv6 support that work for everybody, whether they're an Azure customer or not, contributing code to the Linux kernel that works for people running Linux anywhere, not just people running on Azure, right? And so being a part of these open source communities is an incredibly important part of what it takes to really deliver open innovation in the cloud. And then finally, I think when we think about open source, we also want to be creating new open source projects and new open source products that people love, right? So we're going to take existing projects and products that people want, run them incredibly well. We do that with Postgres. We do that with Kubernetes. We're going to contribute back into a ton of these existing projects and existing communities. But we also really believe in developing new communities, in innovation out in the open. And you can see that in things like VS Code, which is now one of the most popular editors for code out there for code running anywhere. You can see that in tools like Helm, which is the de facto package manager for Kubernetes, which has the majority of code that's deployed out into Kubernetes is deployed using Helm. You can see that in new innovation like the Dapper project, which is just going to its 1.0 release. And provides sort of a standard library for cloud-native applications, which makes it easier for you to do things like connect to event streams or connect to storage infrastructure. All of these are examples of open innovation that is driven out of Microsoft, but really works for anyone, anywhere. And also open communities where we invite people to come in and give back. right? Because that's another important part of all of this, is that not only, do we produce products that people love, but we actually enable those people to then come in and change those products, add to those products to make them even better. And that's really another part of this virtuous cycle that occurs when you're not just running open source, but you're contributing and creating open source as well. And I think another really important part, though, of our approach to open source is meeting customers where they are, right? And I think that we can't just say, oh, you know what, just rub a whole bunch of open source on it, jump from your existing processes into these communities, and figure it out, right? We need to actually take customers along on the journey. Just like Microsoft has gone through a journey in its approach to open source, we want to take our enterprise customers along on that journey into how they can, start using open source, start running open source at scale, start contributing back to open source projects, and even to creating their own, right? So we actually engage with our customers to help them understand, if they have developers who want to launch new open source projects, what does it take? What does it take to build a successful piece of open source? Another really important part of that is things like the Azure hybrid benefit, right? Which means that we can meet people where they are with existing license commitments to open source software. So if you have an existing Red Hat license, you can take that license and use it to run Red Hat in Azure, right? And there's no need to purchase a new license for Azure. It's a great way of meeting people, where they are, running enterprise Linux on premise, and enabling them without any real cost to move into Azure and take advantage of those savings. And so I think all of these are great examples of how we don't just sort of do open source ourselves, but we actually help enterprises along on their open journeys. I think another part of this that we're doing out in these open communities is taking cloud out to on-premise environments. This is another way that we meet people where they are, because they have things like ships, they have things like cars and other kinds of edge devices. They have factories and branch offices, and they need to be able to manage those things just like they manage things in the cloud, right? And so Azure Arc is our way of connecting out to open source software, and really any software that is running out in environments that aren't the Azure data center. So take, for example, Azure Arc for servers. With Azure Arc for servers, you can connect the Azure control plane to Linux servers running anywhere. They can be running virtualized in in a VM environment. They can be running on physical hardware. They can be running in a branch office. They could be running under a desk in a closet somewhere. I actually have Azure Arc connected to some Linux servers that are running in my basement. And you can then use all of the cloud management tools around monitoring, policy, compliance, and security to ensure that all of those Linux servers, whether they're on-premise, in the cloud, or anywhere else, look exactly the same and are kept up to date. And so really, I think one of the things that we want to deliver with Azure in the cloud is not just cloud-based things, but actually management that goes anywhere with you. We do the same thing for Kubernetes, enabling you to do cloud-native application development and GitOps. And this is a great example of, again, how we partner with open source, because we use Flux, which is a CNCF project, to actually do the GitOps configurations of these clusters. I think what we're also seeing is that Kubernetes is developing into this universal control plane, where people are building platform on top of Kubernetes. And so by supplying Kubernetes both in Arc and in Azure, we're actually providing an open platform for open innovation that happens on top. And working with partners like Spring, working with open source projects like Prometheus, artificial intelligence frameworks like PyTorch, data like Cassandra, and even our own products like SQL Server are all coming to run in containers out on Kubernetes, either in-premise or on the edge. And I think what this is really meaning is that we can build a cloud platform of the future that isn't just about what Microsoft builds, but is really about what we can build together. And I think really that's the true inspiration of all of these open communities, that when we come together and work on projects and address customer pain and business needs as a group and not as individuals, we really build something that's better than any of us could build by ourselves. So welcome to Open Azure Day. We've got a ton of great content, and we're really excited to have you here. Check out all the sessions that we have coming up, including some great content from our open source partners who have joined us during this Open Azure Day. Coming up next, We've got Scott Guthrie and the other Brendan from Adobe who are going to be talking about Adobe's open source journey on Azure. Off to you, Scott.
Thank you, Brendan. It's great to see some of the innovation that we're bringing to market to help our customers do more for their businesses. My name is Scott Guthrie, and I'm the Executive Vice President of the Cloud and AI Group here at Microsoft. And we're building, as part of my team, Azure as really the world's computer, and really trying to design every layer of it to meet the real-world needs of our customers and deeply embrace openness. Azure brings literally thousands of services to market every year with lots of new capabilities that can enable you to run your businesses more reliably and at bigger scale. And to really achieve that, we're working deeply with and contributing to both the Linux and the open source community. The majority of Azure compute workloads now run Linux, including mission critical applications and workloads that our customers rely on every day to run, literally the largest organizations in the world. And at our Ignite conference, we announced some of our new hybrid capabilities, including the general availability of our Azure Arc for Linux servers. So you can not only manage Linux servers inside Azure, but also in on-premises as well as other cloud environments. And today, really excited to announce the general availability of our Azure Hybrid Benefit for Linux offering, which makes it simpler and more cost-effective for you to migrate your existing Linux workloads to Azure. Our platform really across Azure and across the Microsoft stack is really designed to be open and integrative with our Linux partners. We're committed to offering a trusted, open, hybrid cloud that meets our customers' ever-changing demands. And with that, it's my pleasure to have Brandon Pulsifer, who's Adobe's VP of Cloud Infrastructure, here to join me to talk about our journey together as they've moved to Azure and as they've transitioned to the cloud, and talk about their experiences and reflections as part of that journey. Brandon, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here, and it's great to share our Linux journey on Azure with some more folks today.
Now, Adobe runs, a huge number of Linux workloads on Azure. And, for people that aren't aware, Adobe builds one of the most sophisticated SaaS applications and cloud native applications on the planet to serve both creative professionals and marketing. And I was hoping, Brandon, maybe you could share a little bit more about your journey and how working on Azure has enabled your customers to achieve their goals.
Adobe has been, I think, changing the world through digital experiences since we were founded in 1982. And whether that's through our digital media products like Creative Cloud and Document Cloud, or our enterprise solutions as part of our Experience Cloud, we help consumers and companies really create and deliver the most engaging experiences across all their channels and all their touch points. So the customer experience is really a center and the passion at the center and the passion of everything we do. And we made some decisions many years ago to choose Linux and an open source stack to build our technology on. So this was a really important part of our choice around our workloads and how and where we run those, and especially a part of our journey from private cloud to public cloud. And I'm really pleased to share our journey and our choice with Azure to help us scale quickly, to expand globally, and improve the reliability and security of our products. So, our journey started, my journey here, and I think our Adobe journey started about 2017. So we started putting production workloads on Azure. And we knew Microsoft and Azure were committed to Linux and the open source community and expanding the portfolio. But at the time, the open source support for things like Linux, some of the open source languages, like Python and Java and others, wasn't quite there as kind of first-class members of the Azure. But it's been really pleasing to see Microsoft invest and Azure now make significant progress to support Linux and an open source stack on Azure, and it's allowed Adobe to take advantage of that.
It's again, for people that maybe aren't familiar, just knowing the scale at which Adobe operates, it literally is probably one of the largest set of cloud native solutions built anywhere on the world, and it's just been fantastic partnering with Brandon's team, as part of this journey and building it out as part of Azure. Now, Brandon, I know, we're seeing really kind of rapid acceleration in the adoption of cloud, really to support a wide variety of scenarios related to the COVID-19 pandemic, whether it's business continuity, remote workers, distributed operations, and obviously connecting in new ways to customers that is now essential because so much has moved online. So, wondering, how has this affected Adobe, and other sort of learnings that you can share with the audience as part of that journey?
Yeah, certainly as part of the global health crisis, we've all had to kind of adjust and make changes, both individually and as larger organizations. Our Adobe's workloads on Azure really are mission critical, both kind of software as a service and managed service offerings across all three of our cloud solution areas. And COVID hasn't really changed our strategy on how we use public cloud and Azure. But certainly we have seen changes, acceleration by many customers in their digital transformation, the need to be more elastic or move online more quickly. And so while our strategy continues to be providing cloud-based software as a solution, our innovation built on top of an open source stack, Azure is a really key part of that. So we're able to leverage the infrastructure as a service and the platform as a service that has capabilities to support remote workers, to provide business continuity, to just ensure global round-the-clock operations and ensure our customers are successful. And we leverage a large set of Azure services to do that. Everything from kind of the basic, compute, virtual machines, and storage to Azure Data Lake and Data Factory to database technologies like Cosmos DB, MySQL, Postgres, and we've been able to adapt to the variable demands that COVID has brought.
That's great. And I know, one of the things that we've also worked together on solving is some of the challenges around patching, both for Linux and Kubernetes projects, especially in upstream patching, and how we deal with that. And kind of curious if maybe you could share your perspective on running open source workloads with both VM-based services and cloud-native container services like Azure Kubernetes Service on Azure. And what's your advice to other companies as they think about good ways to manage that?
Yeah, I think this has been a really important area for us, and I think we're all in tech, so we know things are going to break, right? That's the one sort of predictable element is things will go wrong, bugs will get introduced, and so there's always going to be work to do to mitigate or prevent issues. And so it's really important to I'd say two things we've learned: one, to have a strong community that we can leverage, and two, to have a really strong partner. And Microsoft for us is that trusted partner. And Adobe and Microsoft are both very significant contributors to the open source community and the upstream code. And so as issues come up, we work closely together to solve them. You mentioned kind of, I think one of the examples that really stands out to me is our journey with Kubernetes. So Kubernetes on Azure is our container orchestration platform. And as we ramped up, we did run into a few issues at scale. Our teams came together, we worked with Microsoft, we identified an issue in the upstream Kubernetes code. And Microsoft then took on the responsibility and the initiative to fix that. Not just for Adobe, not just for Azure, but for the community, and everybody benefits. And that's the kind of partnership and the trusted partner that I want to do business with.
Thanks, Brandon, for sharing your insights with me and the audience today. It's been just fantastic working with Adobe as part of your journey to Azure, and as you built out all these amazing new services at just tremendous scale. And we really look forward to continuing this journey with you in the years ahead.
It's awesome. Thanks for having me. We look forward to a long relationship together and continue to learning what's next and from the open source on Azure and all that you're doing there.
Great. And thank you everyone who's watching this for joining us today. Up next, we're bringing Sarah Novotny, and our partners from the Linux ecosystem to have a fireside chat about trends, challenges, and the paradigm shift they see ahead.
Hi, I'm Sarah Novotny, and I'm part of the Azure Office of the CTO, where I focus on open source ecosystem and how our company and projects play in that open source ecosystem. Today, I get to chat with a number of our amazing open source partners, including Red Hat, SUSE, Elastic, HashiCorp, and Cloudera. Those conversations will touch on the latest in joint innovation, paradigm shift from running applications in hybrid environments, and also the benefits of true industry co-development and collaboration. Hello, it's great to have you here, Matt. I'm excited to have us talk about the Red Hat partnership with Microsoft. Do you want to take a moment to introduce yourself, and then I'll ask some questions?
Sure thing, Sarah. So I'm Matt Hicks from Red Hat. I run our products and technologies group, so our engineering teams, our product teams, and been a Red Hat sort of forever at this point, about 15 years.
Wow, that gives you a long vision into a long history with the Microsoft partnership. Maybe talk to us a little bit about some joint customer successes that we've had.
Yeah, so I do have a long history going from, I think in the early days when Red Hat and Microsoft competed to really I think it was around 2009 when it's a pretty key moment where we certified Windows Server on Red Hat virtualization, and Microsoft certified Red Hat Enterprise Linux on Hyper-V. And that really kicked off a partnership that I think has been super valuable for customers. And obviously we've expanded that a lot. In 2015, we added areas of having RHEL support on Azure and Cloud Forms and work on .NET. But instead of just picking one customer, I would say like the theme is the impressive thing for me. So if I looked at our customer base, I think the overlap, I would guess, is like 95% plus of our customers use Microsoft and Red Hat technologies. And as an example, if you look recently, one of the areas we put a lot of work into is SQL Server alignment on RHEL and with OpenShift. And that has impacted over 1,000 customers just with that work. And so these patterns of being able to partner well, the alignment on open source has been great. The newer areas, like we've worked with Azure Red Hat OpenShift, I'm excited about future opportunities with Arc. They don't impact just one core customer. I mean, it's thousands of customers in any of these areas that we get right. So it's an exciting partnership. I love seeing it. Just from the Red Hat perspective, it's been great to see Microsoft really embracing open source. And I think it's been really valuable from the customer side as well.
Oh, I always love to hear the external agreement and encouragement that Microsoft is at least doing well and improving in the open source space. So that always is near and dear to my heart. Yeah. So you talked about themes and such around customers and impacting multiple customers. The theme of 2020 seems to be, 2020, all of the crazies that are going on and, the fun that we are being forced into more of a zero trust and digitally transformed world as we work remotely. Have there been any specific engagements that you've worked through or we've worked through together as partners that you can talk about that touch on how COVID or any of the challenges we've had in 2020 have impacted customers? Yeah,
absolutely. And I get the theme on 2020. I would say
we can be done with that theme. We've learned, we've understood.
That's right. I'm about to be done with this year. We're getting close, so maybe it gets better. But I think from the customer perspective, we see it's quite polarized, where we have customers that are in like the too much camp, where they're getting crazy demand and they're trying to scale. And then we have customers that are in the too little camp, where it's sort of how do they reinvent themselves or evolve just to survive and not lose what they have. And the two common areas across that are, I think both camps really are looking to technology to be able to help move them from struggling with this to hopefully thriving in the environment. And the second thing is there's a premium on agility with this. And this is where I really think cloud native technology is critical. One customer example that we went through fairly recently was a large enterprise, and like many of them, they did commerce in person, and they had a intended shift to moving that all digital. And I think their expectation was it would be about a year or two to execute that plan. COVID happened. In-person commerce fell apart to a large extent. And we worked with that customer to deliver in 7 days what they had planned over a year or two. And I think when we look at the power of Azure cloud native technologies, that's the ability where it feels very empowering to get a customer back on a track where they have options and they can paint their success again in the market. So that was one example that stuck with me through this whole year of pushing our boundaries, seeing what's possible, and really helping customer by customer get back to a good path.
Yeah. And I think that's a great story because we've seen a lot of people say, here's my 2-year roadmap to digital transformation, and I need it by Tuesday.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've, the most underappreciated and overused word of 2020, in my opinion, is unprecedented, because we keep having unprecedented things stacking on top of other unprecedented things.
Absolutely.
But you also talked about cloud native and getting customers to move that direction and the agility that can come with that, and the container space. And, how do you see Azure, Red Hat, OpenShift, and other tools and work we're doing together helping joint customers in this space, in the cloud native space specifically?
Yeah, I think it's critical. So in Red Hat, we often talk about the need for open hybrid cloud, and customers that might be on premise today, they're not going to be on premise forever. They're going to be utilizing public clouds. They're going to be utilizing Azure. And how do they complete that journey? Do they have to do everything twice? And this is where I see Azure Red Hat OpenShift is it's built on the common core with Red Hat. It's OpenShift in both places. And it allows a customer that might be investing in their data center today to seamlessly move, expand, utilize net new workloads in Azure without having to change the thing that they're invested in. And that it's great product alignment. And I actually think it goes deeper than most people probably realize. We have shared on-site support engineers. We have collaborative security response teams. We have SRE to SRE engagement across the Azure team and the OpenShift SRE team. And so it really is not just a product that's slammed in Azure. Like, there's deep alignment there. And I think that helps customers be able to utilize Azure as a great destination from regardless of where they might be starting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And to your point, the seamlessness and making it easy for customers to experience what they have in the existing data centers and then move to the cloud in a comfortable way, still supported by their favored vendors, Red Hat, as well as now being additionally supported by Microsoft and Azure in that space. It's a great blend and a great way to manage that transition for people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So was there anything else that you wanted to touch on before we close up? Any big statements? Little statements?
It's funny. I would say for me, I've been involved in open source forever. It feels like 20 plus years. And I've been at Red Hat for a long time, 15 of those. And it really, I think the partnership, the culture change that I've seen in Microsoft, really in that shift to embracing open source, I think it's just been a great thing. I don't know if I could have even imagined that 10 or 15 years ago when I started, and it sure is. It's really nice to be here. It's really nice to be able to genuinely say, like, I'm excited about the future with new areas like Arc, with the capabilities that Azure brings. And it's an exciting path ahead. Hopefully 2021 will be a good start to things there.
Well, it is always exciting to hear that partners are happy about our progress. We have spent a lot of time in the last 10 years working on open source and the culture around open source that is necessary, most specifically moving Microsoft broadly to a learning culture. And I think Satya says a learn-it-all culture, not a know-it-all culture, which is one of my favorite quotes from him. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time, Matt. It's been great to chat with you. And I hope you get lots of fun out of the day if you get to watch any of the other sessions.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Hi, it's great to see you, Thomas. I'm super excited to be here. Moving on to our next interview with Thomas DiGiacomo from SUSE, and I'll let him introduce himself and tell us what he does for SUSE. So Thomas, tell us a little more.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. So at SUSE, I'm running engineering and innovation, and I'm very involved with what we are doing and developing for our customers and with the open source communities, because that's where we are doing things as well. I'm very happy to see you, even if it's only virtual. On Teams, at least I'm running Teams on Linux, so I'm in the theme of the summit.
I love hearing that. We want to bring more Microsoft things to Linux as we can have good tooling for our customers, of course, on Linux. So I love talking about the Azure and SUSE partnership. And I know that there was work done and announcements earlier this year at SUSECon about Azure Arc and SUSE. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, as well as the work that's being done to take us into the hybrid space with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very important that we bring new functionalities to our customers in the cloud, but it's also very important that we meet them where they are today, including on-prem. And I remember having worked with Microsoft many years ago on Azure Stack, and I was so much excited about Arc recently in the past 3 months, and all the new work we've done together with Microsoft and SUSE to provide additional capabilities for our customers to run things on-prem, run things in the cloud, and actually bridge those two worlds together, reduce friction for them to move to clouds for the workloads that make sense, and really enable them to take the best solution and operate at best their IT needs and landscape, including hybrids and bringing those worlds together. So very exciting stuff.
Oh, there's so much good work between Microsoft and Microsoft Azure and SUSE right now. We'll have lots to talk about. We're also seeing that customers are asking us to help them react more quickly to the changes that are going on. We touched on 2020 being weird, and what is causing your digital transformation? Well, maybe it's a global pandemic, and so we're seeing that question right now. And these journeys, they aren't linear. We're seeing that the customers, are okay where they are and then suddenly need to change. Are there challenges that SUSE customers are seeing? And is there somehow that our partnership is helping them also work through these challenges?
So, 2020 is 2020. So we have triggers to adapt and be resilient and change. But I strongly believe that we actually constantly need to be able to adapt and change to whatever positive or less positive triggers we might face in the world, the connected world of today. So we understand our customers need to constantly be able to deploy and stay ahead of their demands. And if you cannot do that, you're not going to be able to serve your own users and customers. So typically, servers in data centers means that customers are really challenged to deal with all the changes or even to keep up with growth and scale. So we really see cloud as the right way to increase agility. And talking about 2020 specifically, because of these unprecedented times, we also see bursting to cloud a necessity for creating additional capacity fast in hybrid cloud type of setups. And then you might end up with management and monitoring challenges, especially in mixed workloads environments where some of your applications and data might be running on bare metal in virtual machines or in a bunch of containers. And so we are willing to help our customers with that complexity as well. And we released recently a SUSE Manager with new deployment and monitoring capabilities to help there. Actually, I need to say as well that SUSE Manager was released on the Azure Marketplace this summer. And so from there, it helps improve the user experience on the cloud specifically. Customers can do patch management. They can have very simple installation and tasks that are automated, saving them 90+% of time for onboarding and managing instances in their clouds. That used to be very manual and painful, especially if you run thousands of instances. The other thing that SUSE Manager on Azure brings is saving time on monitoring and observability of large cloud installations. And we're streamlining that by grouping and showing instances in a global federated view that is logical for your business. So that's how we're doing things. We're developing inside open source community-driven projects, and we make that available, easy to deploy and manage, easy to use for the enterprise.
Sounds like you and I should talk about open telemetry as well, because that's a fun project. We'll take that one offline. So it's great to hear all of these fun things that you're working on. And this is a lot of stuff for existing customers or people who have, had put their toe into the cloud waters. I'm going to mix my metaphors there, whatever, put their toe into the cloud waters and have started. What about people who are new to cloud? Is there work that we're working on between Microsoft and SUSE that for people who are maybe concerned about moving to cloud or feel that it might be a big level up for them to move to cloud? Is there work that we've been working together on that relates to that? It's like a leading question. It's a totally leading question.
Well, absolutely. And I understand them that it's not always easy. You're running your IT as it is today, and there's this different world there. You have to bridge to what your current setup is, your current applications and data, And so that's not easy. So there are things we're doing to facilitate that. And one of them is to make sure that whatever they use on-prem can also be used in the cloud, so that they don't have to change everything. They can keep the same processes, they can have the same technologies in a way on different sides of the world, and that helps them to predict and deploy wherever they need to be, right? So I think facilitating that is very important. And this year together, we have taken even further steps to add automation building blocks as well in the cloud. So once you facilitate the transition, then you also need to bring additional value on the cloud side that they would not be able to get outside of the clouds. And so we've built automation components to SUSE Linux for SAP running on Azure, so that customers can deploy at scale and reduce deployment and management headaches they might have had in the past. So the end goal is obviously to reduce the operational debt, improve their ROI, and accelerate time to value with what customers are doing. It's actually very important to me and to both Microsoft and SUSE teams that we bring solutions together, because technologies are not living in isolation from each other. So we need to collaborate and we need to put things together in a relevant way. And that's why we've been working, co-developing, co-innovating for many years, making sure that combining our solution is enabling better outcomes, better values for our joint customers compared to having siloed pieces of technologies. And I'm pretty sure you would agree with me. I think it's very similar to what we see in the open source world as well, right? It's not about one open source project. It's about putting different projects together, small ones, big ones, one in foundations, one outside foundations, one from one company, one from different companies. That's how you really create solutions and bring value that is relevant for real life use.
Mm-hmm. Meeting customers where they are and making sure that the pieces that they want to compose with are available and useful in the SUSE Linux space, as well as on Azure and in all of the things we collaborate on together.
Absolutely.
This is so fantastic. Let's switch gears just a little bit and talk about what's coming up next, because there's new stuff coming, and I've heard such fun. SUSE's got new moves into the container world. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we are very excited about soon joining forces with Rancher. So you might have seen that we've announced the intent to acquire and, actually to combine the Rancher forces and the SUSE forces together. And it's clear today that customers, they have new ways to think about their IT and their software, right? And they need to exploit that. With the acquisition of Rancher, we hope to help customers modernize with containers, container orchestration and management, supporting modern applications wherever they are needed, in the cloud, on-prem, or even at the edge. And very importantly to us as well, all of that needs to coexist. And because you have needs for compute, for data everywhere, and we need to make sure that it works nicely everywhere. Now, when we are considering the acquisition, we saw that the possibilities made available by the innovation coming from several open source projects and communities, and you're no stranger to that yourself, I would say, right? So. They are great, but they are still quite complex for customers and people not involved with the community innovation and open source projects on a daily basis to adopt or even to consider what to do, right? The cloud native landscape has hundreds of thousands of projects, right? And so we need to help them with that and offer the building blocks so that someone can put in what they need based on their own considerations, their own status, their own needs. And sometimes we're bringing them opinions on what the different bricks should be, but we need to leave that very open and flexible as well, because that's what the reality is. And you touched on that actually a bit earlier as well. So we want to be wherever you need us to be. We want to give flexibility to take what you need and not force you into fixed environments artificially created for a purpose. So SUSE is not about that. We want to enable the developer and the IT professionals and create options so they don't have to start from scratch and use what they need. And so this is how we will approach the Rancher in our combined portfolio in the future. And actually, Shang Liang and I will be speaking more about Rancher in one of the technical sessions later on.
That's great to hear. I'm looking forward to hearing more about how Rancher and SUSE are going to do things together. What other things are happening in open source? You've brought new stuff to the community in 2020. How is that working? How is it feeling? SUSE's work, Azure?
Yeah, so I will just have to pick up one or two because everything we're doing is upstream, basically.
Yeah.
But recently we've done some quite interesting stuff with AI training and modeling of different data sets. Mm-hmm. And our latest developments there are designed to tie mixed environments and make it simple for data scientists to do their job. They should not have to learn Kubeflow, TensorFlow, Kubernetes, even the Azure ML services. So we need to make that simple for the end users, and in that case, the data scientists. So we've released something. It's on GitHub. It can be used actually with the Windows Subserver Linux as well. It can be tested on Azure, and we want to bring that to the edge, to cloud, and the core data center as well, so that you can play and use AI ML technologies to analyze your data where it lives. It can be Kubernetes, K3s, cloud, or on-prem, right? And actually, we have a session as well during the summit with Brent Schroeder, our SUSE CTO, who will be also speaking about that in a little bit more details in a panel discussion.
More things for us to look forward to this afternoon. So modernizing apps is something that we hear can be a pain point. Is there something SUSE is doing specifically to work with customers around modernization of applications?
Yeah, we do. And we do that, again, not only by ourselves, but with partners, because there's a technology component, a platform component, a cultural component, process part as well. And
I love you said culture component. Go on.
Yeah. And I mean, not everybody is going to develop microservices, and not everybody should, right? So, and you need to also take into account where people are coming from and what they're doing, what they need to do as developers. So we're doing that with partners, and including Microsoft as well. And that's a very interesting discussion. And we'll do more with Rancher as well. On the Rancher side, they've been very active in that space, helping companies to do new things with developments. And there are very interesting open source projects that we will be looking at. I mean, SUSE has been involved with Cloud Foundry from the very beginning and making Cloud Foundry different and Kubernetes friendly, actually removing some of the complexity that a big monolithic path was bringing, containerizing just the developer experience and dropping that on any type of Kubernetes cluster. So I think there's something that we have to do in the industry there to facilitate the developer experience. It's still not a given. And I think Microsoft Azure is doing great things. Needless to say, I mean, GitHub, I was coding on Visual Studio 25 years ago and seeing how it developed and where it is today. You're doing great things there, and we can partner along those lines as well. So yeah, very exciting things.
It's always wonderful to hear that our partners think that we're doing well and that there's always more to work on, because both of those are true. We can be doing well and there can always be more to work on together, which is exciting. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. And I hope that the sessions this afternoon are enlightening for all of you who are watching this. So thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. And we look forward to collaborating even more with you.
Yes, and look forward to more sessions on SUSE and Azure's collaboration later today. Thanks very much, folks. I'm super excited to be back with Armand Dagmar, and he's here with us from HashiCorp. I'm going to give him a moment to introduce himself, but I'm very excited about this conversation. Armand, can you give us a little more info about your role at Hashi?
Sure. Thanks so much, Sarah, for having me. Excited to be here. Yeah, I think you beat me to it. My name's Armand Dadgar. I'm one of the co-founders of HashiCorp, along with my co-founder, Mitchell Hashimoto. My role has changed quite a bit. I joke it changes every 6 months at HashiCorp. I'm focused as our CTO. We brought in an external CEO about 4 years ago. So I spent a bunch of time with strategic customers, strategic partners, product management in terms of future direction of our products. And spend a lot of time kind of helping educate folks and talk about us, what we do.
Well, someone that invested in customer experiences is going to have lots of great answers for the questions I'm about to ask. So I'm excited. So it's super exciting to have you here and to go through and do this session with you. We know that HashiCorp and Microsoft, longtime partners, we've done lots of work together. We've touched on work with Terraform. We've touched on work with the newest, the console service, and Packer with Azure Image Builder. Like, we have lots of ways that we're doing this. Can you maybe give us a customer example of some of these different things where we've collaborated and how it's actually helped our joint customers?
Sure. Yeah, I think there's almost tragedy of riches. We have so many to choose from here.
We could maybe sneak in a second one if we want to.
Sure. I mean, I think there's a whole host of different ones, and I think different interesting use cases, right? I think some of them are, I'll talk about Adobe for an example, right? Adobe, very much, well-known company, but going through this transition from historically desktop software vendor, you have the Creative Suite, to really realizing a total transformation of we're delivering Adobe Creative Cloud, all of the software becoming much more collaborative, cloud integrated. And I think they're a great example of a customer who, both from their technology is transforming to being kind of cloud first, but from an infrastructure perspective, very much looks like the prototypical sort of large enterprise where existing on-premise footprint, lots of Microsoft technology there, embracing Azure, right? Embracing sort of other clouds as well, and sort of a hybrid multi-strategy. So I think, where HashiCorp fits in, and we work great with Microsoft, on-prem and off-prem on the cloud, is really how do we give the customers a consistent way to operate in that sort of a cloud environment, right? From, how do we think about provisioning infrastructure with Terraform? How do we think about consistent ways of security and access control with Vault, to networking and, traffic shifting across those different sites with Console, and then using tools like Packer to build machine images, both on-prem and in the cloud. So I think that's kind of a great example of the type of customers we're collaborating on. I think is, blue chip, going through this sort of transition, complex on-prem and cloud infrastructure, and really looking at all those different layers that, we're collaborating together on.
Yeah. Well, you touched on an interesting thing, because we are both agents of digital transformation. Well, the two companies are both agents of digital transformation for our joint customers. And I think there's a running joke right now. What caused you to make your digital transformation? And it's like, maybe it's an exec VP, or maybe it's a sponsorship from a board member, or maybe it was 2020, right? Because we all just had to transform. So maybe you can talk a little bit about how the last year and the pandemic has shifted your customer engagements and the work that you're doing with the customers.
It's been such a emotional roller coaster, right? In many ways. We won't get into it, but I think
2020.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the whole year is a write-off, but in many ways. But I think from a kind of a customer perspective, what's been interesting for us is, I think obviously early in the year with, COVID and uncertainty, there was just a moment of like, don't do anything. Who knows what the world's going to look like? And I think as that sort of stabilized and we kind of moved past that, in early, April, I think the biggest thing we've seen is COVID has just been this massive accelerant to the cloud adoption trend, right? All of a sudden you have people who are like, I actually can't send people into my physical data center anymore, right? And like now that's the limit to how quickly I can provision new infrastructure or like handle a failure is like, how can I actually operate versus it's like, actually, should I even be in this business? Shouldn't I just like trust Microsoft, who's going to do this at vastly higher scale and vastly more competently than I will, and move to sort of cloud-based infrastructure? So it's been shocking because even industries like cruise lines, where you'd expect them to be like, okay, they're not buying any software, they're not doing anything, have been coming to us and actually accelerating their journey, saying, yeah, we actually need to adopt Terraform because A, we're going to move to cloud, and B, we need to automate everything we're doing, right? So it's been this sort of interesting thing where it's like, even in places where you sort of would expect things to come to a standstill, it's actually, everything's been revving up. So it's been, my view is the cloud transition was sort of inevitable. People were going to figure out that Microsoft's better at running a data center than they are anyways. But, it's kind of pulled forward that recognition in some sense by, 2 to 3 years for some of these companies and industries we work with, which for us is great, right? I mean, I think we've been, obviously sort of preaching to the choir when you're talking to HashiCorp, about cloud infrastructure. But I think it's just made the conversations that much easier.
Yeah, it's always interesting because those of us who have lived and breathed infrastructure for so many years do see this as inevitable and do see this from that perspective that you gave, which was great, which is I'm not arrogant enough to believe I can hire data center engineering that beats Amazon or Google or Azure. And that's just where we are right now. Well, so I made that argument.
Well, and I love it's like now you see the level of optimization where it's like Microsoft applying like AI to look at like how power and temperature are being related to like usage and being able to vary the amount of AC in a data center to like maximize the amount of, minimize the power usage and the cost. And you're like, who is going to do that? Who's not like a hyperscale cloud? Like that level of expertise, you're just not going to get there.
Yes. Or you won't be able to retain that talent if you got that expertise because your problems won't be interesting enough. Yeah, it's just fascinating. So like for our last question, this partnership longstanding. How do you see the partnership as helping enable your customers? How do you see us working together and being able to make your customers that much happier?
It's interesting because I feel like every year feels like just the beginning of our relationship, which is one of these things. It's probably always going to feel that way. I think from the very beginning, the way HashiCorp's always seen our role is we're sort of an enabler of people to actually consume cloud infrastructure, right? Whether that's making it easier to provision things, whether it's easier to secure, whether, making application lifecycle simpler to manage. So we've always kind of thought of ourselves as an enabler, very much focused on what are the user workflows, right? And how do we make those workflows really excellent and then plug it into whatever the platforms and technologies that our customers want, right? And so sort of not surprising that, Microsoft's broad set of platforms, Azure, all of the different Microsoft technologies are things our customers want to be able to integrate with. So I think from very beginning, the partnership has always been this sort of win-win, right? Which is how do we work to make sure there's first-class integrations for the broad set of Azure's technology, the broad set of Microsoft technology into our tools, and then tell that story together to our joint users and joint customers. And I think the better together is like, great, you're trying to use Azure as your cloud platform. You're using Terraform as the mechanism that you specify and manage infrastructure. How do we make that super first class? Or, with Packer, how can there be a first class image building service that, is managed for you and hosted for you? Or make sure Vault has deep integration with all the Azure, Active Directory and ADFS type systems. So, I think it's always been this better together story. And I think as the Azure portfolio grows and as the HashiCorp portfolio grows, last week we just announced 2 new products. And I think immediately the conversation was like, great, we should talk about integration with all of the different things Azure has and, Microsoft Teams and et cetera. So I think it's always going to feel like this sort of evergreen relationship of like, yeah, we're just at day one of like, there's so much to do and so much to integrate. But, I think it's just an obvious win-win for our joint users.
Well, and you touched on a really great point because the Microsoft mission is, of course, to empower people and customers to do more. And by working with our ecosystem of partners, we have that many more ways to empower our customers and our joint customers specifically to do more. And this has been.
I was going to say, attitude shows, right? Like I think Microsoft's been a great partner, and it's it's been an awesome partnership so far, and looking forward to many more years of it.
Yeah, we are always trying to learn, so it's good to have feedback, and I'm pleased, especially since we're on camera, that it was good. So thank you. And it was great to chat with you, Armand. I would love to continue this conversation, and we're trying to keep them all just to 10 minutes. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to learning more about all these different partner integrations.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Sarah.
Hi, I have with me here today Steve Mazak, the field CTO from Elastic. And of course, Elastic is one of our great partners here at Microsoft. So I'm very excited about this conversation. Steve, can you give us a bit of an intro to yourself? And then we'll move on to the meaty topics of how we work together.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Sarah. I'm super excited to be here. So I'm the field CTO at Elastic. I've been with the company for about 7 years. I started out building out the sales engineering team, and then eventually took the role of field CTO. And I help our customers understand how to adopt our solutions and modernize their approaches to security, observability, and enterprise search. And I've been in the open source space for a number of years, having previously worked at Pivotal and SpringSource. And then prior to that, I was an architect and developer.
Oh, you totally hit on a topic that is near and dear to my heart with open source. So I'll just save that for a moment. Open source is awesome.
Yeah, I built my career.
But, oh yes, I built mine on it as well. That's fantastic. But we've been having a partnership between Microsoft and Elastic for a couple of years now. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works, what we've developed together, and how this actually meets your customers' needs, and more broadly our enterprise needs as we have potential customers together?
Yeah, for sure. So we started a number of years ago, like you mentioned, working together, and goes all the way back to our having a .NET client for Elasticsearch. We built an ARM template on Azure. And there were a number of other engineering engagements we worked on together. And you fast forward to today, we have over 1,000 customers on Azure using Elastic Cloud. And we have over 20 integrations with Azure ecosystem services and Microsoft services like 365. And so we continue to engage in that relationship and work hard together to make sure that our customers are successful. We even do joint marketing and sales events. So it's great to see customers adopting our solutions on Azure, and working together, we make it really easy and kind of seamless for them.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about working for Microsoft is this engagement with the open source community and making sure that we're giving back to it with companies that are active in open source, and then also being able to help them with their product vision here on Azure. So all sorts of exciting stuff that we've been doing together. And the solutions that we've been building, they're all starting in the cloud, moving to the cloud, and engaging with customers who are active in the cloud. Is there some more ways that we could see using Elasticsearch? Obviously, it's a great enterprise search solution product, and it helps toward the application lifecycle, working to make sure that you've got the full end-to-end lifecycle of all this work. Is there more that we need to know about this?
Yeah, so you hit on the enterprise search one. Like, we power search boxes all the way from Wikipedia to Instacart, and that experience is supposed to be fast, scalable, and relevant. And so as a consumer of those experiences, you don't really care how big a product catalog is, right? You just want to find what you're looking for as fast as possible. And that keeps you engaged. And so that's really what we focus on. And we brought that experience to observability and security. So just like with a search use case where you're trying to find something quickly, why couldn't you have that same experience with your operations data, your infrastructure data? And so, we bring speed, scale, and relevance to the observability domain. So now you can look at your logs, your telemetry, your application performance management data, even your uptime data, all in a single backend powered by Elasticsearch. And then we have a visualization tool in Kibana that allows you to explore that data and, find all the interesting insights that you're looking for. And then we also started offering years ago a security solution. So just like we did with observability, we're bringing multiple different domains together in security, and the open source community and our customers are using us for threat hunting and endpoint protection and things like that. And the great news is, whether they're running on-prem with hypervisors or they're running in Azure cloud, we support both. So you have this idea of, data gravity. You might want to bring your data into Azure for some applications and then host it on hypervisor, Hyper-V or whatever, locally, but you want to see all that data in one place. And so that's what we really provide. And then there's a whole long tail of use cases that people use Elasticsearch for. And the great news is a lot of people probably use those today without even knowing it. So for example, when you look for a driver on the Uber app, that's an application powered by Elasticsearch. When you're looking for food, like, I used to do, and you probably likely used to do when we were traveling still, you might use Yelp to find something to eat. And that experience is powered by Elasticsearch. And the list goes on from fraud detection within some of the bigger banks in the world to, taking data in from the Mars rover, for example. So as far as I know, we're one of the few intergalactic or interplanetary software companies as well.
Oh, that's a great soundbite.
Yeah.
So I have a quick question, because we should totally talk offline about open telemetry and how that might fit with observability and Elastic, but we'll take that offline.
Okay.
So how have you seen a shift in this last year as, of course, the whole world is going through, just upheaval with the pandemic? Has your customer use case, or has the way that you've engaged with customers, or what they're actually transforming, changed in the last year?
Yeah, it's changed in some interesting and maybe unexpected ways. Like, first of all, I think it's fairly obvious to people that, all of a sudden you have to shop online. And, my wife and I never really shopped for groceries online until the pandemic hit, and now we've embraced it. So it's very nice to be able to go to the supermarket, open your, trunk, and they put the groceries in and say, see you later. It's really powerful to be able to do that. And that forced a lot of companies to modernize their marketplaces very, very rapidly. And you can't really do that without cloud, right? You need to be able to bring a new application to market as quickly as possible. And because we power a lot of these search experiences and power the observation of those search experiences, it's kind of a 1-2 punch for a lot of customers. So that's a big shift that we've seen. And some of our existing customers like Instacart, they only got more popular as the pandemic went on. And so I think for a lot of people, that's a fairly obvious use case for us. But some of the more interesting stuff is like, what happens when all of a sudden all these folks start working from home? Now all of a sudden people used to be behind the firewall in the office, and now they're going off site and they're working from home. So you have a lot of different concerns you have to manage very, very quickly. I'll give you a good example. One of the ones that we talked about in our recent conference was a legal firm in Australia that had a bunch of employees start working from home instantly, and they're not used to working from home, and they have all these enterprise IT systems that they have to access. And it's a law firm, so they work on different cases together, and those cases change. So all of a sudden the CISO has to deal with this whole new paradigm shift of people accessing from different locations and trying to understand what's valid and what's a threat. And they're using our tools to help them make those decisions.
To analyze and engage with the data they're getting back as they move towards zero trust then?
Exactly right.
Oh, fantastic. And that's a great use case, because as every enterprise or every business is at a different space in how they work with things. And not everyone has moved toward the model that a lot more of the technology companies have embraced in the last several years of zero trust, but may still believe or work with the hardened on the outside and kind of soft and squishy and tasty on the inside model.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I mentioned that one of my favorite parts of working at Microsoft is that we're taking these open source partnerships super seriously, and we're trying to make sure that we're giving back not only to the project communities, but also to the ecosystems that are around these projects, including the vendors who support and maintain these projects long term. So I would love to know how you have found Microsoft and working with our ecosystem helpful to you, helpful to your customers, and how you see this whole partnership going. And remember, we're on camera, so don't say anything bad.
I won't, I promise. So, I grew up in the Northwest, so I've always been close to Microsoft in Portland, Oregon. So I've worked with Microsoft over the years, even prior to joining Elastic. And I have seen the shift from outside to a more open source approach, which I really appreciate. And, I've been brought into Microsoft to do meetups around the use of Elasticsearch. I went there with a couple other companies that were invited in to speak. And so that kind of collaboration has continued. And now that we're a bigger team, we can support Microsoft in a much bigger way on a more consistent basis. So I think that's great for both of us. And then, as I mentioned before, we're going to market with Microsoft to help our customers, our joint customers, have this kind of best practice experience with us, so that we can basically short circuit all the mistakes that other customers have made. We know how to integrate with ecosystem services. We know how to monitor things, and that really takes the thinking out of it for a customer and allows them just to move very, very quickly. So we're investing in more integrations. So as Microsoft brings new products to market that are available in Azure, we plan to support all of those, so that if you need to monitor them, you have a hopefully one-click solution to do that. And it goes all the way to things like integrated billing. How do we make the billing experience easier for people when they're running on Azure and consuming Elastic Cloud? So we have more work that we're doing there to make that easier for customers. And there's a number of other things that we'll be talking about in the coming months about how we're working more closely together, but I want to save those for the marketing folks, because they're going to be some nice announcements.
Ending on a teaser. Well done. That was great. Thank you so much for your time today. It's really exciting to be part of these endeavors and these engagements, and also just bringing the open source community back out to and open source products and projects out to our customers, as well as supporting the world and the ecosystem that is built around them. So thanks very much for your time today, Steve. It's been great chatting.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm always happy to help Microsoft. I appreciate the time.
Hey everyone, Donovan Brown here. Welcome to Open Azure Day. Microsoft Azure is the trusted open and hybrid cloud where we offer flexible options for our customers to run any application for their Linux and open source workloads. Our approach is to be open and collaborative and to work with all the partners in the Linux ecosystem. We contribute upstream to the ecosystem to enable our customers with their cloud adoption and open source implementation. Today, we'll be discussing some of the most common questions we get from our customers as they migrate to the cloud. We will hear from our Linux distribution partners and see how they address these challenges and provide our mutual customers with a smooth onboarding and operating experience on Azure. Let's start with our friends from Red Hat. We have Stephanie Chilrus, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Red Hat Enterprise Linux Business Unit, joining us today. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Donovan. It's great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We know that Red Hat has a long history with Microsoft, and we have jointly developed many solutions running on Azure, from Rail to Azure Red Hat OpenShift. Could you share the technical trends you have observed when customers are starting their migration and operating in the cloud?
Sure, absolutely. I think let's start with all the things that are changing. Really, there's so many more options today, and they're constantly growing. I think the word hybrid, which used to mean just on-prem or off-prem, now that term hybrid can really apply to multiple levels in the stack. the choice of where to run. Of course, on-prem and off-prem still underpin that, but now you have options like managed services. You have the edge coming in. So those options are growing. You also have different options of how you run. Do you want to run bare metal, virtual machines? Do you want to run on a containerized or microservices or even cloud native? And across all of that as well, now you really need to decide what to run. So a DevOps environment where you can predictably create new applications, be able to turn that on in production, do it quickly, that's never been more important. And with all of these changes and options, of course, equally important is the things that don't change. You still have to be able to do this reliably, with resiliency, and for sure, securely, and at scale. So pulling together things like your management and automation practice, that is critically important as well. All of this comes together to really underpin what we view as our open hybrid cloud strategy at Red Hat. It's all about flexibility and choice with what you run today, but also with whatever you want to run tomorrow. It builds upon our whole portfolio and then pulls in the ecosystem. Just as you said, the Linux ecosystem is critically important. It's what brings the flexibility and choice. So those partnerships, they are essential, like our partnership that we have with Microsoft, of course.
Awesome. There's a lot of different strategies and roadmaps that our partners are coming up with. Can you share some of yours that are helping drive our customers to a successful implementation on Azure?
So we have certainly been partners for a long time, for over a decade now. And I think the strength of that partnership is because we're able to work both jointly engineering in the upstream, but also together as companies. And we've worked through really having collaborative support models. That allows us to provide a really integrated and interoperable experience for our customers. And they are, at the end, our joint customers. And we can deliver to them with trust that will both be focused on their needs. And as we have looked at the engineering collaboration, we focused on a few things that are kind of become core of what we want to offer together. And that is security, manageability, performance. And that allows us to deliver things that are differentiated both on-prem, but certainly in the Azure cloud. Now, we're consistently collaborating with Microsoft to deliver a more secure and powerful enterprise Linux experience in Azure. This includes support for Microsoft features like Azure Disk Encryption and Azure Role-Based Access Control, allowing them to work in tandem with all the advanced features that we put into RHEL security. And we expand that through bringing things in like the library of industry-specific security profiles. So that feeds into OpenSCAP or secure content automation protocols. And through via enhancements, right, and key technologies that we feel are core to a Linux experience in RHEL. And that's things like security enhanced Linux, or commonly termed SE Linux. We've taken this further to workloads like SQL Server on Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Microsoft was the first cloud provider to work with Red Hat in order to deliver pre-tuned, ready-to-run images in the Azure Marketplace that incorporated RHEL high availability add-ons for SQL Server always-on availability. In fact, we have similar capabilities are provided in Azure for Red Hat Enterprise Linux for SAP HANA. So that's really taking that core foundation and building it up into a more workload level experience. We've also jointly developed Azure Red Hat OpenShift, as you had mentioned earlier. And we deliver that both as a managed service powered by the leading Kubernetes enterprise platform for the enterprise, and that's Red Hat OpenShift. You can choose to deploy that as the managed service, or you can install and manage it yourself on Microsoft Azure. We've now expanded that. In fact, interesting, in preview now, we've announced the JBoss Enterprise Application Platform as an Azure App Service. So you can now deploy JBoss by yourself in Azure, or you can operate it as a managed service. You can do that both on RHEL or on OpenShift. And finally, I mentioned management. Management is key, particularly when you start to bridge this whole hybrid platform. And Red Hat management on Microsoft Azure, that can help you unify everything from your physical, your virtual, and your cloud environments. Azure Arc has enabled support for RHEL, and that allows you to maintain consistent policies. And now Azure Arc has enabled Kubernetes and data services for Red Hat OpenShift that's currently available in preview. So you can see it's kind of the full gambit of what you need to run a hybrid cloud. We're looking at all the aspects of what we can deliver on our portfolio and combining that with the Azure experience.
This is awesome. And every time I hear SQL Server running on Linux, I just smile. So when you said that, I kind of
So do I.
for a second, because I can't tell you how many times I've spun up containers on my machines just so that I could get to a quick SQL Server instance to do some development, and it's made my life so much easier. So it always makes me smile. It's just a different Microsoft than it used to be. So what advice do you have for customers who are starting their migration into Azure? Do you have any examples of customers who have already done that?
So what I have seen is that customers are getting real value in leveraging Microsoft Azure's ability to deliver infrastructure with real agility, along with the flexible, stable, and secure Red Hat portfolio. And we pull this together. One great customer example is Lufthansa Technik. It's a great example because they wanted to leverage the infrastructure of Azure to get that real agility to be able to leverage Microsoft's expertise in deploying infrastructure exactly when they need it, but they also wanted a fully open source stack. And they were extremely focused on making sure that they had an agile and DevOps approach. And so they chose the Red Hat portfolio. They used Red Hat OpenShift as the foundation. What it allowed them to do was deploy new applications, have them integrate with other applications, and they could also lift and shift as necessary when they wanted to pull workloads from the data center up into Azure. And as they described it, they can now go directly from idea to deploying an application without waiting for infrastructure. And they stated that there's no limit for them with their hybrid strategy, which is just so cool because they can scale with the infrastructure and the platform that we're jointly providing to them.
Yeah. It's amazing because when you're talking about Lufthansa and SAP, these are the same customers I go and visit, right? And the stories that we're able to tell as a partnership, it just helps us help our customers. I mean, Satya always says obsess over your customers. And I've taken that to heart. It's not what's good for Donovan. It's not what's good for Microsoft. Yeah. It's what's good for our customers. And it's great to see that you're helping us with those exact same customers.
And I think we learn so much from them, right? Every customer that we engage with, we learn from them what they want to do next, where they're going. Deutsche Bank is another perfect example. They were building a new PaaS platform as a service, and they called it Fabric. It ran Red Hat Enterprise Linux in some data centers, but it also ran it in their public cloud deployment in Microsoft Azure. Alongside all of that, they ran the OpenShift container platform. They had allowed them to do container and microservices, and both were managed and maintained by Red Hat Ansible Tower. It gave them a framework to really automate and standardize their IT at an enterprise scale. This allowed them to shorten their development cycle. What used to take 6 to 9 months now took 2 to 3 weeks. Nice. To me, that's amazing. And they also optimized their cost of their data center because they were able to use cloud capacity, microservices, containers, and cloud bursting in parallel to their data center. So that's like true flexibility. We were able to combine our core strengths at Red Hat with your core strengths at Microsoft Azure and really give them a sort of lot of flexible options. So those are the kind of stories that really make me light up, right? This is what ecosystem and partnership really, really brings to customers.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for your time today, Stephanie. It has been a lot of fun talking to you and just talking about our joint customers that we work with. And I really do look forward to working with more customers together with Red Hat.
Yeah, there's so much more to do. Nice to talk with you, Donovan.
Thanks for being here.
Running business and mission-critical applications like SAP and high-performance computing is definitely top of mind for many customers. To run these workloads requires deep technical capabilities and fine-tuning of the operating system and cloud infrastructure. Providing a secure, scalable cloud for these large applications is key in everything that we do. We're honored to have another partner of ours, Brent Schroeder, CTO of SUSE, to share with us their point of view. Hi, Brent.
Hello. Great to be here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really cool seeing the SUSE Chameleon running some of the largest SAP and high-performance computing offerings today on Azure. Can you share how you're helping customers optimize their infrastructure when they migrate large mission-critical apps to Azure?
Absolutely. If we're going to break it into three areas, how we like to think about it in the whole notion of simplify, modernize, and accelerate. And there's practical considerations in each aspect of that. Starting off from the simplification standpoint, somebody shouldn't think necessarily, particularly these large business critical applications, as a simple lift and shift. That might work for some small side applications and so forth. But when you're going to business critical, there's really several things that need to be taken into account, such as availability zones and how do you set up HA, how are the resource management done in the infrastructure. And so those aspects we think about a lot. And SUSE and Microsoft have worked significantly together for optimization of that simplification, automation of the configuration and deployment of the infrastructure, the configuration and automation in HA. We think those are absolutely critical. The most error-prone and downtime aspects of many systems come around manual interactions and human error. And so the more we can automate together, then the better it'll be in that migration and evolving to a cloud model versus the traditional on-prem model. So that's one of the key aspects. And then as we modernize, and move those applications, then we really want to do more integration together with how SUSE and Linux work together and tools and technologies that Microsoft has developed. For example, the Azure Arc and how Azure Arc works with SUSE Linux in providing that holistic view of the Linux estate and wherever you're running a mission critical application, tying together very often edge and cloud with a mission critical application, capturing that data from the edge, bringing it up to the cloud, and being able to see and manage the entire estate through Azure Arc is a great example of some collaboration that we've done, that really helps in a more modern experience that people are delivering and realizing. And then finally, as we think about accelerating, it's how do we help customers deliver faster? They've got it up there, it's stable, it's highly automated. And now it's how do we scale with agility and helping customers to adopt cloud native computing, containers and the things that we're doing together in containers and also looking forward in how we'll be able to manage large container estates in conjunction with virtual machine estates. Will help a customer to deploy applications faster, and be able to manage them as they scale up. Because in a container world, it becomes very impractical to manage manually the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of containers and their interrelationship. So as we work together in how customers manage those and continue to build those applications, deploy them, and scale the applications dynamically, that's some of the joint work that we'll be doing, as we close some of our transactions in the near future.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's just interesting because as Microsoft, we run like 50% of our workloads are Linux. And the collaboration that we have with our partners has just been incredible in helping us expand that landscape. Earlier, I know that Dr. T mentioned that SUSE is trying to be that bridge between the mission critical applications and Azure. Can you share how you're going to achieve that?
Certainly. It's built upon what I've already started to talk about. We've got this notion of the bridge being simplify, modernize, and accelerate. And so that it really starts with step one of automation of the infrastructure and the deployments and the ongoing day two operations, removing as much manual interaction as we possibly can. And that then brings us to step two or phase two in the bridge with modernization. And with modernization, we want to help customers not just adopt cloud as a modern aspect, but then really starting to move into being able to pick up containers, deploy containers in context of their business critical applications, simplify that adoption as they move to the cloud and start to scale that. And then the final phase in the bridge is the acceleration, and accelerating through the use of the more modern tools, then also bringing to the table some of our acceleration through insights. As you're able to monitor the infrastructure better, gather more data as to what is going on, and be able to respond much quicker to changes in the environment, to workloads on the system. That'll just help the customer kind of finish off that transition and bridge to a cloud native world.
And I like the fact that you're not just sitting on lift and shift, because a lot of our customers, they really want to get into IaaS, but I tell them and I warn, like, don't get comfortable there. You really start to modernize your applications and start taking full advantage of the cloud. And I love IaaS. It's great because it's easy, it's familiar, you're comfortable with it because you already know what a VM is, but it's really not taking full advantage of the cloud. And I like how you're helping them take that next step into their journey and make sure that they don't just get to the cloud, but they get there in a way that they can start to modernize their applications and use telemetry to know where to make that good investment.
Yeah, one example, if I may elaborate a little bit more on why, because you bring up IaaS and cloud native and why we want to simplify that journey, not just to the cloud, but in a say a legacy model, but taking advantage of everything the cloud and also cloud native computing with containers can bring to the table. I'd associate it with the pandemic today. High tech and technology always move very rapidly, but we went through a phase this year that really put that in hyperdrive of change happening in ways that nobody could have anticipated or planned for. And I think the companies that are coming out of this the most successfully, or maybe the most unscathed, are those that were kind of already on that journey and had the muscle memory starting to occur, where they used agile processes, microservices, containerization, so they didn't have to go through and modify, massive legacy applications to, say, meet the customer where they need to be met. If you think about, contactless interaction, curbside pickup at not just restaurants, but electronic stores, home improvement stores, every kind of interaction that you had with a customer had to be adapted. And if you had to make all of those adaptations on a monolithic legacy application, I think those are the companies that we see, that were closed for extended periods of time, or may even be now closed permanently.
Yeah, understand.
Because they just weren't able.
Correct. They weren't able to adapt. And like you said, those that were already doing it, they just kept doing what they were already doing because they were thinking they're almost future-proof, even pandemic.
Right. Because they could respond to things that were unanticipated.
Correct. Which the cloud allows us to do in a lot of special ways. One of the other things that I know a lot of people are starting to do, and I believe that you're investing a lot in AI and machine learning to bring that to the cloud to help people with maintenance of their infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're using AI and ML?
Yeah, some of the things we want to do to get some of the places we're starting with, to help our customers, as people move to AI, there's this whole notion of AI ops. How do you turn the operations on and have an operations infrastructure for your artificial intelligence applications and infrastructure for your machine learning? And what we really want to do is deliver an AI platform that has not only the toolkits, the frameworks, the workflows essentially built into it, so that, from a customer standpoint, they don't have to necessarily go searching for which ones fit together, which toolkit fits with which workflow, and then how do I tie my data scientists into the workflow? So we want to help automate that entire estate through an AI platform and an AI orchestration environment that's targeted at the data scientists and really bringing the AI ops members and the data scientists together in a seamless fashion.
Yeah, I'm excited about that because we're doing a lot of that too. We do ML ops here and AI ops. Mm-hmm. I lead the DevOps team at Microsoft, so I hope that you and I have an opportunity to work more together on that and figure out ways we can bring that together. Brent, I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us today and sharing with us what SUSE is doing with Azure. It's been a pleasure talking to you today.
It's great. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Ubuntu is known for its openness and convenience in the Linux world. The rich community of tools, operating guides, and scripts are some reasons why people love using it for app dev workloads and hosting their web and mobile servers. It's the version of Linux that I run on one of my laptops. We have Nicholas Dematakis here, VP of the Field Engineering of Canonical, joining us today as our final speaker. Welcome, Nicholas.
Thank you for having me, Donovan.
Could you share with us how Ubuntu is helping customers enjoy the benefits of Linux plus Azure?
Sure, absolutely. If you think of what we like to call the enterprise compute continuum, essentially this is compute across hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, bare metal, micro clouds on the edge devices. Ubuntu has one distribution across everything: bare metal, VMs, container-based images, IoT devices like Raspberry Pi. That essentially allows developers to develop and then deploy across all substrates, of course, including Azure. In the modern world where workloads need to be sitting in all sorts of environments and serve the end user in all sorts of different ways, this is extremely important. And the fact that we have one single distribution that helps us do this without having a sort of like a paid version and a free version, but just a single Ubuntu version, is the reason why today 1.2 million machines get started for the first time every single day. Ubuntu is by far the most preferred operating system, especially in cloud today. Ubuntu, of course, is cost-effective, right? With a single distribution, you can just start any machine, or you can just build your container. There's no license cost, essentially, right? So the fact that you can run your CI/CD, start 100, 200 machines, turn them off, or run workloads on Ubuntu without any effective license fees, that has been one of the big reasons why both startups and enterprises have adopted Ubuntu in such a significant way. It is optimized for Azure. We work and have been working with Microsoft for years to make sure that Ubuntu spins up and runs in the most optimized way in Azure, both on the IaaS side, but also on AKS for containers. Speaking about AKS, you might not be aware that Ubuntu is the operating system for AKS workers in Azure. And so obviously, if people develop containers under Ubuntu, that would seamlessly run on Azure's AKA services. We've integrated our own distribution of Kubernetes. We have two distributions, one called Canonical Kubernetes, Charm Kubernetes, and another one called Microkates for edge and individual devices with Azure Arc. And so the latest version of Arc, which essentially manages fleets of Kubernetes clusters across all sorts of different substrates, works seamlessly with Canonical's Kubernetes distributions. In Azure, people can find Ubuntu Pro, which is for enterprise use, that offers security and compliance. And we also offer, of course, support and managed services for open source applications across a vast majority of workloads that would run perfectly on Azure.
Very cool. Also, I used to be on the Azure DevOps team, and I know that our hosted build agents that run Linux are also Ubuntu agents as well. So they're running this exact same version. So I see it all over the place, not only inside of AKS, but inside Azure DevOps on laptops. It's been really, really cool operating system for me to use. Can you share a little bit about the design principles behind Ubuntu in the cloud and how it helps our customers build apps with ease? It seems like you've touched on some of that, the fact that it's pretty much everywhere, but are there any other things that you might be able to add there?
Yeah, absolutely. I broached the subject a few seconds ago. Security and compliance is, for us, #1 priority for production workloads. We've brought out Ubuntu Pro, which is a version of Ubuntu that, with a small license fee as a tiny percentage of your hourly cost for running VMs on Azure, which enables security patching with SLAs across a vast majority of apps that you can essentially download from Ubuntu's archives, and also a large number of compliance primitives. You can turn on with the switch FIPS compliance. You can run CIS hardening. You can run a DISA stick compliance if you're selling to the U.S. military, for example, and so on and so forth. An extremely important point for us is stability. Stability of Ubuntu running in the cloud, and of course in all the other substrates that we were mentioning before. And that has been one of the big reasons why Ubuntu is so preferred as a Linux distribution nowadays. Specifically for Azure, but also for other substrates, we customize the kernel. We have a deep integration with the Azure kernel, and we ensure that the performance is exactly the focus of those customizations, together, of course, with all the security elements. You mentioned this before, but the majority of innovation from startups to any sort of large enterprise nowadays is mostly happening on Ubuntu. The reason for that, apart from what we mentioned already, is that there is a vast majority of tools, open source tools, that the community brings out, constantly focusing on all sorts of things, but nowadays specifically on data science, machine learning, AI modules. And of course, this is extremely attractive to developers and eventually to enterprises that, of course, want to innovate fast. The last point, I think, from a design principle that I wanted to mention is operators. Operators seem to be one of the latest trends right now, especially when you talk about Kubernetes, AKS, containers. One of the things that developers and DevOps people have realized is that when you build a complex application which is composed by multiple microservices, deploying it, putting it together is not very difficult. But operating it long-term, which means scaling out that application, creating different relations between different microservices, upgrading the application, and running all sorts of other operational elements, software specifically operational elements. It's a very, very big challenge to do it with traditional configuration management tools. Right. And so as of late, the concept of operators has become a trend, and for a very good reason. And that reason is that operators are essentially ops code that is surrounding the microservice, which allow it to be deployed, to be related with another microservice, to be scaled out, to be altered, and to essentially be operated long-term. And so Ubuntu offers the largest collection of operators that exists out there in open source because we've been doing operators with charms since 2014. And so we've built all this experience and are now making it available for containers as well as machine operators.
Great. So you mentioned developers in your last statement. Are there any best practices that you would recommend to customers that are thinking about building their applications specifically for Ubuntu running on Azure?
Sure. Some very, very high level points. Make sure you build your applications as cloud native, 12-factor. You have to think in a completely different way. Make sure that you use open source as much as possible for key components, for your messaging, for example, Kafka, for databases, Cassandra, and so on. There is a lot of work that goes in these components. They're very transferable across different platforms, so that could be very helpful. You don't have to use containers for absolutely everything. It's important to understand that containers are valuable for specific functions, but not necessarily for absolutely everything. It might be easier to just lift and shift certain workloads. As I mentioned before, use operators, try to avoid scripting, and of course, use APIs with your CI/CD, both for VMs and containers.
No, I love the way that you pointed out the fact that containers are great, but they're not the solution to every problem. And I have a lot of customers who over pivot there because everyone else is doing it, and it doesn't solve a single problem for them, but it complicates their scenario a great deal. And you can use Linux inside of a container, but you don't have to. There's other ways to utilize that platform for your success. So I really appreciate you pointing that out. And I just also want to thank you so much for hanging out with us today, Nicholas. Again, I'm a fan of Ubuntu. I use it myself, and it's just really nice to be able to talk to one of our partners like you. So thanks so much for joining.
Thank you, Donovan. It's a pleasure.
Hi, my name is Brian Kettleson, and I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft Azure, working on the open source team. Today, we're going to talk about Linux infrastructure, cloud native, and DevOps with some of our partners at Microsoft Azure. Many of our customers are operating their mission-critical apps on Azure. Infrastructure is the most vital element that ensures the smoothness of their business-critical apps. Azure provides us with elasticity and scalability, especially in the era we're living in, where surging online business and remote working have become the new norm. Our partners provide amazing offerings to help you get your infrastructure set up properly with tools to help you operate smoothly in the cloud. Today, we're glad to invite 3 guests with us, Mishra from HashiCorp, Amy from Elastic, and Ellie from VMware. Let's start with one of the fundamentals, infrastructure. Many of you might have heard of Terraform, which is a tool that helps customers provision services in the cloud using a declarative language. But you might not know that HashiCorp has made many innovations with Microsoft to provide integrations across different Azure services. Mishra, could you share a little bit about HashiCorp and some of the projects that Microsoft and HashiCorp have been working on together for our customers?
So thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me. This is really a privilege to be here at Open Azure Day. So my name is Mishra. I'm the technical advisor to the CTO. I work in the Office of CTO on strategic projects and get to collaborate with partners like Microsoft. I get to work on open source and do a bit of advocacy work in open source as well. So a bit about HashiCorp. So HashiCorp is a cloud infrastructure automation company. We build 8 different open source projects in the provisioning, securing, connecting, and running application space. So I'll just name the projects. So we have Vagrant, Packer, Terraform, Console, Vault, Boundary, and Waypoint are our 2 new additions to the HashiCorp family. So people often know, the tools and don't know that there's a company behind it. So HashiCorp was founded in 2012. We have about 1,000 plus employees that help you build and kind of deliver these projects for you. So when it comes to partnership with Microsoft, so HashiCorp and Microsoft had a great partnership. We kind of do all the way from kind of open source collaboration to commercial offerings. So we have a multi-year partnership agreement that has enabled us to kind of deliver things like, the Terraform CLI in your Azure Cloud Shell, which is really amazing. We have a Terraform support for Azure Stack. So for folks that are using Azure Stacks on-prem, you can use Terraform to kind of consistently provision things in the cloud on Azure Stack on-prem. And of course, we have a very kind of vibrant Terraform provider ecosystem, and Azure's one of the providers that allows you to kind of interact with all of the Azure services and create them. So you can go from using Terraform, you can go from like creating Azure VM to a AKS cluster or ACI container group, basically anything that you need that Azure ARM kind of supports. You do that using Terraform. We also have integrations on Vault. So you can kind of use HashiCorp Vault alongside Azure AD, kind of give you that identity in Azure, and then access to Vault credential, access to Vault secrets, things like, certificates to API keys. You can access anything that you've stored in Vault using those kind of, machine identities or kind of the AD identities that you can get on Azure. And then we also have a managed, service for console that's now generally available. So you can go to the marketplace and look for HashiCorp console managed service that allows you to kind of give you this service networking solution, service mesh for your containers, your VMs that are running in Azure or maybe on-prem, kind of bridge the gap between all of these things and give you this unified way into all of your services in the form of kind of a service registry, and also give you that end-to-end TLS that comes with service-to-service communication using a service mesh that console offers you. So all of these integrations kind of help users that are HashiCorp users or Azure users kind of deliver applications day to day, do it in a repeatable, reliable, and kind of a secure way. So that's kind of an overview of all the things that HashiCorp kind of Microsoft do together.
Which HashiCorp services on Azure enable our customers to do dynamic provisioning? How has dynamic provisioning changed the way people think about infrastructure and their workflow?
So that's a great question, Brian. So I would say, Terraform, Console, and Vault allow users to solve this dynamic provisioning and workflow problem. So for example, Terraform gives you kind of a unified workflow using infrastructure as code to provision and manage the life cycles of things like VMs, AKS clusters, Cosmos DB, and pretty much anything that you see on Azure, you can kind of manage using Terraform and the Azure Terraform provider. So it kind of gives you the ability to preview these things before you create them. So you kind of get a preview when you make a change, when you add a bunch of instances, if you remove a database, all of that you can kind of preview using Terraform Plan and then go ahead and apply them. So it kind of gives you that confidence that what you're doing is exactly, what you've seen is exactly what's going to happen when you go ahead and apply those changes. And since this is all just code, you can actually share that in your team. You can share it in your organization. That makes consumption of these modules fairly easily. You can share them in something we call Terraform modules inside your organization. So that makes kind of creating these dynamic workloads fairly easy. Then we have a console, which is a service mesh solution. So you might have an issue where you have like a few on-prem applications and a few cloud applications running in Azure. So you can kind of connect these things using the console service. And we have this HashiCorp managed console service that's running in Azure. So you can just provision it using the marketplace, and then kind of connect all of your different workloads to the control plane for console, and get this really unified view into your infrastructure and services. And this helps you, in a consistent way, whether you're running in containers, running your applications in containers, in AKS, or running in VMs, or running a few different things on-prem. You can kind of consistently, mesh these services using the console service mesh, and then get this like service-to-service encrypted connection and give you features like L7, like traffic routing and shaping and then things like that. So that really helps with this dynamic workloads where containers and VMs IP addresses can change anytime. You can bring hundreds of VMs online at the same time, You don't need to manually update the service registry. Console is able to do that for you, and also health check the applications for you. So when an application goes down, it's removed from the catalog. So when you query for that logical service, you don't see the endpoint or the IP address behind that service if it's unhealthy. So this kind of enables you to play in this really interesting dynamic world, right? And then third, in terms of security, we have Vault, right? So Vault allows you to kind of get these dynamic secrets. So Vault introduces this notion of dynamic secrets. So each secret can have a TTL. So you can kind of authenticate, with Vault using MSI, which is the Microsoft, service identity service. So just use MSI to authenticate with Vault, get a token back from Vault, and then access anything that's inside HashiCorp Vault. So it could be your certificates, your API keys, other secrets. You can get access to all of them. And once the work is done, let's say the container spins down, the application container spins down, or the VM spins down, since these secrets have a TTL, they're automatically revoked. And this really helps with kind of reducing that secret sprawl that we have in our organization. So all of these three things, kind of three projects, help alongside all the Azure services, help you work with dynamic workloads and kind of give you that really try to bring that promise of the cloud to fruition. And so I think this kind of gives you a view of how HashiCorp and Microsoft projects and the kind of services work together.
Thank you so much for that. It's truly amazing to see how we're working together to make the cloud infrastructure more easily accessible, with everything automated to reduce your operational efforts. Could you share your perspective for customers when thinking about moving large-scale monolithic applications into the cloud? Especially for the ones having large-scale monolithic applications running, how should they prepare their skills and capabilities?
Another great question. Moving to the cloud can be a daunting task for any organization, let alone a large one. But platforms like Azure and tools like HashiCorp, Terraform, Console, Vault help you in a variety of ways. They give you solutions to kind of run your applications at scale and migrate them from on-prem to the cloud in kind of a safe and reliable way. So the promise of the cloud is really to kind of give you this unlimited scale, right? So you're able to scale up from one instance of an application to 100 to 1,000 in a matter of seconds just by an API call. And that's really, really powerful. So to kind of make use of the full potential of the cloud, you really want to automate most of your infrastructure workflow. So you want to enable teams to move fast and kind of automate as much as possible. And this, at this point, while you're migrating, is a good opportunity to bring in tools like Terraform to kind of unify that infrastructure workflow for you. So you go from a plan phase to apply phase. You can kind of do predictable changes to your infrastructure and kind of do it in a way that's consistent across the organization, across environments like on-prem or the cloud. And I think the third point I kind of want to touch on is that there will be this phase, this period where you'll have a few applications on-prem and you'll have a few applications in the cloud, and you will need a way to kind of bridge them together. And here's where you kind of want to make use of service networking solutions like HashiCorp Console. You can use the HashiCorp Console service on Azure to connect your on-prem services to the services running in the cloud in AKS or VMs, and in a kind of a consistent way, and then get this like really unified catalog of things that are running in your environments. And get things like end-to-end TLS between the environments and so on. So there's different ways of kind of tackling this problem. There's many solutions, many Azure services, many HashiCorp tools you can kind of use in combination alongside each other to have some form of consistency as you migrate your on-prem applications onto the cloud.
Mishra, thank you so much for sharing. It's been great to learn from you today. Now let's talk about application development and hosting. What if we could take care of the services without needing to architect complex infrastructure? Many customers already have a virtualized environment, and we work closely with VMware on enabling customers to run applications in the cloud without the need for complex environmental settings on Azure. Ellie, could you share how VMware offerings save our customers time and effort when they run their apps on Azure?
Great, yes. When we talk to many of our customers, the companies we talk to care a lot about creating business value and not necessarily having to worry about building new platforms or undifferentiated heavy lifting that they would otherwise have had to do. When we look around the open source ecosystem, there's hundreds of projects in CNCF alone. Anything from service meshes, ingress controllers, Kubernetes, build packs, and other projects. Those are all great innovations. Yet most companies end up having to build their own platform from those components. At VMware and VMware Tanzu specifically, we believe in making the lives of developers easier, yet still giving enterprises the controls and governance they need. At VMware Tanzu, we offer a number of products that to serve that need. Our products start with VMware Tanzu application service, a highly configurable, highly opinionated platform used by Fortune 500s. The Tanzu portfolio, which is composed of an opinionated framework for multi-cloud Kubernetes-based workloads, which is now available in Azure, all the way to a managed service built directly into the Azure platform called Azure Spring Cloud. Azure Spring Cloud is a first-party Azure service for Spring and .NET Core applications we've been building with Microsoft over the last year.
What is VMware's take on transforming monolithic applications to cloud-native apps? How has working with Microsoft changed the way how customers can build applications?
While it's important to talk about both monolithic and cloud-native applications, one must ask themselves the question of why do it, right? Fundamentally, legacy and monolithic applications is where most enterprises still make the majority of their money today. Yet circumstances often necessitate organizations to have agility. Big sporting goods has recently had to innovate rapidly when their stores were shut down because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Their development team was able to innovate by using the right platform and the right cloud provider to be able to build a curbside pickup application within 24 hours. They were able to innovate on that application by innovating rapidly and reacting to customer feedback on a very short timeline. Tanzu Application Service makes it simple for developers to do what they do best, develop software, while giving operators the ability to operate the platform at scale and with enterprise requirements. With Azure Spring Cloud, we went even further. We build the functionality right into Azure, specifically creating a service that's aimed for lines of business to be able to build Spring and .NET Core applications natively on Azure, integrating into the rest of the Azure ecosystem.
Finally, could you share your perspective for our customers on adopting a platform as a service?
Absolutely. So when we talk to customers, we often hear the question, do we need a platform at all? What we find is companies that ask that question, whether they want it or not, in the end up creating their own platform. Their development teams end up going and picking open source projects or otherwise, and are creating their own platform. The platform that they end up creating usually becomes a platform one of one, right? The developers get excited about building the platform, but at the end of the day, by the time they're done building the platform, it's day one of operating this platform. And those platforms end up running in production for decades at a time. When we talk to customers, they're looking for highly integrated solutions that are built by companies that specialize in creating platforms, companies that can curate open source and deliver outcomes for organizations without the need to reinvent those platforms time and over again. VMware and Microsoft have been collaborating jointly both on open source and commercially for many years to deliver outcomes for our joint customers. We're excited to continue this collaboration and provide value for joint customers for years to come.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ellie. It's always great to get your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we've talked about infrastructure and platform as a service. Now let's talk about ways to make your infrastructure and applications more powerful and deliver real-time insights for actionable decisions. We're glad to have Amy from Elastic, the company behind Elasticsearch. Amy, could you share some of the things that Microsoft and Elastic are working on to provide for our customers?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Brian. So Elastic has 3 solutions: search, observability, and security that really operationalize your data. Enterprise search, the first of those, allows you to connect disparate data sources like O365 and GitHub and search across all of them in a unified experience. App search, which is part of the enterprise search suite of products, allows you to take your data and build a modern search experience on top of it without having to build anything custom and really understand and tinker with the search domain, which can be quite complex. So the goal of App Search is really to take your data and speed up the time to build your application and your search experience for your customers and allow you to have a search experience right out of the box. So a great example of a customer that has built a search experience on top of Elasticsearch is Jet.com. So for them, a visual search experience was really important for their customers. So Jet.com seamlessly integrated both the textual and visual product information that they have into a single index and allowed their customers to search over it. So second, we're also bringing monitoring and alerting, which is built into our observability solution to allow users to predict, identify, and resolve issues. And then finally, the Kibana integrations that we're building in partnership with Microsoft for the Azure portal and Power BI make applications more powerful with real-time visualized insights.
What is the typical use case for Elastic? And how does Elastic Service augment a customer's capabilities when they're operating their infrastructure and applications on Azure?
Sure. So Elastic is known for speedy and relevant search. And users for a long time have been sending and send their log, metric, and application performance data into Elastic. So being able to search across all of this data, these pillars of observability, as we call them, in one place really makes troubleshooting easier for your infrastructure engineers, your site reliability engineers, and your application developers. We at Elastic really try to think about this concept of mean time to resolution. So mean time to resolution is how long does it take from detecting an issue to resolving that issue, and how can we make that as small as possible? So all of the tools that we've built really seek to make that small without you having to switch, from app to app. All of that is in one place. So Elastic also has a powerful ML engine, a machine learning engine that looks for anomalies in the data and alerts when things don't look right to make that resolution as quick as possible. So the alerting jobs, the ML jobs, a lot of those that come out of the box, they really seek to not require manual intervention and automate a lot of these detections as much as possible. And users can integrate alerting with common systems like Slack and GitHub. And then finally, the dashboards and visualizations that are in Kibana allow users to visualize their infrastructure, their applications, and predict things like potential maintenance because they're capturing all of the metric and performance data in one place.
Could you give our customers some guidance on how to design the right connected service for Azure applications and Elasticsearch?
Sure. A lot of that depends on your use case. And it's important to understand the data sources that you'd like to send to Elastic. So there's a lot of out-of-the-box connectors for different services and even specific modules for Azure integrations that, for example, will pull data from Azure Monitor and send it into Elastic. One great thing about Elastic's connector ecosystem is that it takes the data and conforms it all into one schema and normalizes that data as it comes in so that you can view all of it in one place. And if you have a heterogeneous environment in Azure, if you have Linux machines and Windows machines and different services that are running, Elastic can capture all that data, normalize it, put it in one place so that all of your infrastructure is monitored, all of that log data, that metric data, that uptime data that's coming from the machines, services, microservices that are running are in one place. So building the right data sources and then considering things like VNet design as you scope what you want to be monitored is of utmost importance. And then finally, if you want to accelerate the insights that you're going to get, out of that data, you need to plan how you're going to visualize that data. So again, there's a lot of out-of-the-box dashboards that come along with the ecosystem that Elastic has created. But if there's anything custom, any custom visualizations, dashboards, or canvases that you want to build, that's another important consideration.
Thank you so much for sharing. It's always a pleasure to learn from you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here.
So we've heard about a lot of great technology today, from infrastructure provisioning with Terraform, leveraging platform as a service with Tanzu Application Service and Spring Cloud for faster application development and offloading the burden of managing your infrastructure, to augmenting your infrastructure and application capabilities with Elasticsearch. Microsoft works closely with different open source ecosystem partners to support you getting the most out of your cloud. Remember to check out the on-demand sessions and the event sweepstakes to see more technical deep dives and win some great prizes. Thank you very much, Mishra, Ellie, and Amy. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future.
Welcome. My name is Scott Woodgate. Let's dive into Linux security and see how Azure can help you secure Linux. Quickly setting the scene, of course, we all live in a shifting world. I'm recording this from home, as you would expect. But more than remote work, conventional security tools just frankly haven't kept pace with the need to secure both what is in your data center in terms of all those Linux instances, as well as everything you have in the public cloud. And so customers are looking at new ways to secure not just their Linux, but their entire environments that support hybrid. And as you know, the cost of security breaches continues to incline. Attackers are still evolving on a regular basis. Regulatory pressures are high. So this is a really important topic, and it's very, very important that you understand, as you're thinking about security, how the other side works. As the defenders, how do the attackers work in terms of security? And while all of the focus in the press might be on zero-day attacks and the latest zero-day attack, the reality of the dark web and attack services on the dark web is it isn't 0 days, but it's more vulnerabilities that exist because of lack of customer following best practices for vulnerabilities that have been around for a long time that are actually far more important. And so there's some real key things that you need to do to take in mind this view of the cost of various attack services. You can see, ransomware is quite a lot cheaper than 0 day, or spear phishing quite a lot cheaper than 0 day. And one critical thing here is to focus on the hygiene of your systems. That's very, very important. And the second thing is to fundamentally focus on enhancing your identity protections with MFA and passwordless. To really take wind out of the sail of spear phishing attacks and compromised accounts. And then finally, the third thing is denial of service remains a thing, and so enabling DDoS is critical. So that's really the big picture of how the defenders work and some of the types of tasks that you really need to focus on when you're protecting. Now, in Azure, we live in a zero trust world. And what that means is we have a set of identities who are authenticated through conditional access that get access through policies to resources. There's an entire ARM backplane that is used to really ensure that the right user has the right access that is verified in the moment to the right technology. So zero trust is a fundamental architectural design point of Azure, which really does help you defend in this new environment. And of course, from a Microsoft perspective, the way that we think of security broadly is in these three buckets. How do we help you? The first one is, and you'll see this a lot today, built-in experiences. And so Azure has a lot of built-in security technology. And that built-in security technology works across platforms, both in the sense of course, works great with Linux, which has more than 50% share in Azure as well as Windows. But it also works in terms of supporting other platforms such as GCP or AWS. And so more and more we think of Microsoft as a security vendor to you as opposed to just protecting Microsoft's assets. And in the cloud, AI and automation are one of the key ways that we can help your resources scale. We know that there are not enough people focused on securing your organization today. And so we can use AI and automation to really help pinpoint the most critical issues and address those issues with the resources that you have. And then the other fundamental piece is, well, we're really focused on Linux security here. You really need a security solution that is broad across all of your workloads, all of your people, all of your devices, and all of your applications. And at Microsoft overall, it is our perspective that we can provide that value to you. So let's dive a little bit deeper into security of Azure. And at first glance, this slide may be a little bit overwhelming, but the reality of security is you need to have a defense in depth approach. And you need to be thinking about security from all of the different aspects, whether it be the identity aspect with things like MFA and role-based access control and privileged identity management are critical aspects to it, through to the application layer, how do I manage my keys and certificates or even data, through to the network security layer with various firewalls and multi-segment networks and beyond that. through to threat protection, constantly monitoring your sources, because the best laid plans always require also monitoring to see if attackers are getting in. And then, of course, how do you manage all of this? And this is where I'll spend a good period of time on security posture management and so on. So all of these services are actually built directly into Azure, integrated into the framework of Azure. And we're going to touch on just a few of them today, but I want to make sure you're clear that we have a comprehensive approach to security, and there's certainly a lot more than I'll be able to cover in the short period of time we have today. So quickly with identity and access control. And as I mentioned before, MFA is just incredibly important. It's the number one thing you can do to help from a security perspective. So absolutely do that. And then the second piece is Azure, of course, has both role-based access control and conditional access. So make sure you set up the right roles to have access to the right resources in Azure. You know, your security people have access to Key Vault, which is our key store, but your management people don't, and your developers certainly don't, just as an example. And so step one in securing Azure is really taking advantage of MFA, conditional access, and setting up roles and access controls around that so that that zero trust framework that I talked to earlier is working in full force for you. The second piece you really need to focus on, and this is really the centerpiece of hygiene, as mentioned earlier, in Azure, is the combination of Azure Security Center and Azure Defender. And so Azure Security Center is really your one-stop shop for security in Azure. And it enables you to get what we call a secure score. And so the secure score gives you a numeric value that shows you how well you are following best practices on Azure. So for example, if your Ubuntu virtual machines are on the latest patches, if there are any issues in terms of vulnerabilities within applications, if there are issues with encrypting disks, setting up networks, and so on and so on. All of those best practices are listed under your secure score, and you get a numeric number on that. So if you're at 100%, you're perfectly secure with the best practices that we know of today. If you've got less than that, then you've got work to do to go improve that. And when you improve that, you can change one virtual machine at a time. That's fine if you're an application owner, but you can also apply policies at scale. And so, for example, you can turn on monitoring for all of the virtual machines that are running in your subscription using a policy. Or you could say there are no internet-facing endpoints coming from any of my virtual machines using a policy. And so there's this deep policy layer that helps you provide governance on top of that. And then built on top of that is automation in terms of notifying, auditing policies when they're out of compliance if you've made them auditable so that you can go address them. So it's one piece of Azure Security Center, which I'll demonstrate shortly. The second piece is the defense in depth piece of always monitoring the workloads. And so this piece is through the built-in feature of Azure Security Center we call Azure Defender. And Azure Defender is an XDR, an extended detection and response platform that protects all of your Linux virtual machines through active monitoring, as well as all of your other workloads, including networking, storage, even IoT and cloud native workloads if you're doing those in Azure. So the combination of these two, great hygiene and monitoring defense in depth, is critical for security in Azure. So with that, let's go do a quick demo of Secure Score in Azure Security Center. All right, here we are in Azure Security Center. So let's take a quick tour. Actually, the first thing I wanted to point out is, of course, we support all of your assets running in Azure, including your Linux VMs. But in addition to that, we give you visibility across AWS accounts or GCP accounts. So if you have assets in AWS and GCP and you want to understand the security posture of those, you can go to Azure and get a multi-cloud view all in one place in Azure Security Center. This is the main dashboard, and I won't have time to cover everything, but you can see we have a preset list here of regulatory compliance controls, and you can add additional ones if they apply to you. And we'll do a test to see what your security looks like relative to a set of policies that would be appropriate for HIPAA, PCI compliance, and so on. What I'm going to do now is dive into looking at a specific Linux VM. So I'm going to go into the inventory view. Now, of course, in my inventory, I have all types of things. I have virtual machines, I have PaaS services. You can see I've got an AWS account here that's hooked in. But in this particular case, I'm going to go search for a virtual machine for a project that I'm working on, which is actually Jenkins. And you can see in this view that Jenkins is monitored. So the way that Azure Security Center works is it installs an agent in the VM extensions in Azure for that virtual machine, and then uses that agent to pull information that it can build insight out of. And so I used a policy to actually set up that agent in Azure across my whole subscription that just automatically installed into my whole subscription. And by the way, in addition to doing this multi-cloud, I can also use Azure Security Center to cover any of my Linux VMs that are on premises by installing that same agent in the on-premises Linux VMs and pointing it to Azure Security Center. So I've got the agent going and it's been running, and what does it show me? Well, here it is now giving me some great advice on things that I need to fix. So one of the biggest attack vectors beyond identity on any cloud presence is brute forcing of passwords. And it's hard to brute force passwords remotely unless you have your SSH ports open, because that's a common attack vector. And so this SSH password brute forcing is a big deal. And so Azure has recognized here that this particular virtual machine actually has its management ports open. So you can see that their management ports open, and then has a number of recommendations on that. One of the things that Azure Security Center has built in is this notion of adaptive network hardening, where we actually use machine learning to understand your behavior on that virtual machine. And if you put the SSH ports open, but you've never actually SSH'd in over a 3-week period, we assume that you should turn those off because it dramatically improves your security. And we'll prompt you that with our adaptive network hardening. So that's a key part of the overall equation. The second piece that I want to drive in here is vulnerabilities, because as well as things like disk encryption and management ports, with our built-in Qualys capabilities, okay, we have all of Qualys vulnerability management. You can see a list of really specific issues. So for example, I'm using Jenkins, and I have the Jenkins Git client plugin running inside this Ubuntu VM. And in fact, I'm on a version that has a known vulnerability. And so we've prompted for that known vulnerability and have given you information on how to take remediation steps. So this is really, really helpful, because with all of the package dependencies in Linux and the fact that vulnerabilities are appearing all the time, you can use this as a guide of exactly what's running on your VM from a vulnerability perspective and fix it. Now, as I mentioned earlier, best practices, of course, are one thing, and you should follow all the recommendations. But the second key aspect to any security strategy is defense in depth. And that's where Azure Security Center has built in Azure Defender that is constantly monitoring your resources, whether they be your Linux or Windows servers, or as you can see here, all of the other resources. This shows me which resources are monitored and which aren't. So for example, I'm actually doing pretty good, but it looks like some of my key vaults are not monitored. I want to make sure I'm monitoring my key vaults from unauthorized access. And then we could drill into various areas, including specific attacks that may be coming on here that I need to address, and then go resolve those attacks quickly. So that was a very brief demo of Azure Security Center. All of this wraps up, just before I close, into something we call a secure score. And so you can see here across all of my assets right now, including my Linux virtual machines, I'm 61% protected. And if I was going broader than my Linux virtual machines, we actually prioritize the set of recommendations that you should do quickly to improve your secure score. And so you can see that remediating vulnerabilities in, it looks like 125 of my virtual machines, I have a fairly insecure subscription for demo purposes, is the first thing I need to do to increase my secure score by 9 points. Well, that's how Azure Security Center works. Now I'm thrilled to introduce to you Lech, who is from Canonical, of course, makers of Ubuntu, who's going to talk to us more about security from his perspective. Handing it to you, Lech.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, I'm Lech from Canonical. We are publishers of Ubuntu, the most popular Linux distribution. Developers love Ubuntu because it's much more than just Linux operating system. It is a trusted gateway to consume open source securely. Let me quickly explain what I mean by that. But first, let's quickly take a step back and have a look at the whole open source landscape. Open source today is everywhere, and it consists of about 70% of the code that is used by enterprise applications. The problem is that half of the open source being used contains known vulnerabilities. At Canonical, secure open source is at the heart of what we do. Together with Azure, we are raising security awareness and providing a more secure ecosystem for our users. To give you an example, have a look at this code analysis performed by SNCC. They looked into the top 10 official Docker images and found that in 2019, all but Ubuntu contained multiple known vulnerabilities. Many are surprised by these numbers. If the vulnerability is known and the patch is already available, why aren't those just getting patched? To understand that, let's have a quick look at the key security risks. Security starts with the initial configuration. Oftentimes, default configuration is focused on usability rather than security. For example, providing generic accounts with no strong passwords. It's done so that developers can have a quick start with a known config. Hardening is the process that enables strict security features for a given application or library to make it more resistant to a potential attack. Unknown software vulnerabilities are also a critical problem. If you look for open source software on GitHub, you will find that an average repository has over 200 package dependencies. Today, modern open source applications require a large number of software dependencies. These dependencies can in turn have their own dependencies, which creates a large number of dependent pieces. While the use of these dependencies allows open source application developers to develop faster and not having to reinvent the wheel, they present a security challenge for teams who wish to deploy those applications. A vulnerability in any given dependency could potentially be leveraged to exploit the application itself. So the security of the lifecycle of each dependency needs to be managed to ensure security. Finally, even if you track all vulnerabilities, for which Azure Security Center can be really helpful, you can fail to apply all necessary patches on time. IT teams and developers are often held up by the difficulty in prioritizing and automating security patching for a growing number of open source software packages used by enterprise workloads. At Canonical, we've been providing security patches for Ubuntu for over 16 years, during which we fixed over 12,000 vulnerabilities and on average applied critical patches in less than 24 hours. If you go to Azure Marketplace today, you will find many official Ubuntu images optimized for Azure, including Ubuntu Pro. Ubuntu Pro is a new, all-inclusive Ubuntu available today on Azure Marketplace. It comes with 10 years of security maintenance, full coverage for high and critical vulnerabilities, daily updates, and guaranteed upgrade path. It also includes FIPS 140-2 certified cryptographic modules for FedRAMP compliance use cases, and automation tooling to apply and audit CIS hardening to safeguard enterprises against cyber attacks. It provides comprehensive configuration checklists to identify and remediate security vulnerabilities, often recommended by HIPAA and PCI compliance in finance, telecom, and healthcare industries. CIS Benchmark has hundreds of configuration recommendations, so hardening a system manually can be very tedious. With Ubuntu Pro tooling, you can apply and audit your Ubuntu Pro in under 30 minutes. Ubuntu Pro also includes kernel live patch, which I will now quickly demonstrate for you. I just created an instance of Ubuntu Pro on Azure, and I'm now going to SSH on it. Because Ubuntu Pro is updated daily with all the security updates, I'm actually using an old Ubuntu image from September 8, 2020. So imagine that this is a VM that was running since September 8th without any reboots. Now, let me check the status of Canonical Live Patch to see if there are any security updates that were applied to the kernel. As you can see, there's a number of security updates that has been applied as live patches. Look how many CVEs have been fixed within a bit over 2 months. Please note that not all security updates can be applied as live patches. Nevertheless, live patch is an essential feature for large estates and critical workloads, which gives you an instant kernel security that works in the background so that you can achieve a fully patched Linux kernel controlled reboot cycle with no unscheduled reboots. So with that, please keep your VMs safe and talk to us to learn more about Ubuntu Pro. Thank you. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Dick. That was great. So we talked about zero trust up front, and we really focused on identity and conditional access, role-based access control, and so on. But the second part of zero trust is really on the network side. You need both. And so on the network side, it really starts actually on the right-hand side of the slide with how you build your network topologies inside Azure, which we typically do using network security groups and making sure you're using the right level of micro-segmentation so that you isolate various applications in a way that if one happened to be compromised, it wouldn't have a downstream flow through the remainder of them. So Azure has this concept of network security groups, and for PaaS services, also this notion of service endpoints, so that those PaaS services, if you choose to use them, are only on your virtual network as opposed to exposed to the internet, which are an important place to start. On the left-hand side, is a typical set of services that you'd expect. You know, if you are building a web application on Apache, then you need a WAF, and you certainly want DDoS protection. And you can certainly run those workloads inside Linux VMs using typical open source tools, no problem on Azure. But if you want to simplify your life, then Azure has actually built-in PaaS services that we run that you don't have to worry about the management and maintenance of patching, etc., in the Linux VMs. And just simply take advantage of turning them on and putting them in front of your Linux VMs. And so we have a PaaS service that is a DDoS service that obviously protects you from DDoS, a PaaS service that is a web application firewall. And then for your broad subscription, we recommend that every subscription in Azure has an Azure firewall, which is a traditional inbound, outbound filtering firewall, which can help protect you. So that's the second piece of zero trust in terms of networking. I recognize in this incredibly quick overview of Azure security, there's a lot of implementation details that aren't here. And I'd strongly encourage you to go listen to Mark Simos's 10 best practices on Azure security, where he takes you through more detail on this set of 10 best practices. We've covered a number of these today very quickly, including secure score, passwords, zero trust, threat protection, but there's a lot richer detail, both in terms of this presentation and prescriptive guidance that we have in our CAF, is what we call it, our Cloud Adoption Framework, as well as our well-managed content that we're putting out there. So this is just skimming the surface to give you a view. I really encourage you to go look for Mark Simos's great work there. Before we close, I have a couple more topics to cover, which are really specialized use cases at some level. The first one is confidential computing. And of course, in Azure, your data is your data, just as it is on premises. That is our promise to you. And historically in the computer industry, encryption has been applied to data at rest. I've stored something in a MongoDB. Data at transit, it's moving on the network. Oh, and by the way, we recently added double encryption to data in transit on Azure. However, once data was in the CPU in use, it's encrypted, invisible to anyone, which could make it vulnerable to insider attack. Or there may be scenarios where you might want to share data with a trading partner, but for business reasons, but not necessarily have the trading partner actually see the data. So a good example of that could be multiple financial services companies getting together, definitely not wanting to share customer data, but wanting to be able to use that joint customer data to understand fraud that is happening. Because as you know, if you train machine learning on a bigger data set for multiple banks, it's more likely to spot fraud patterns than it is for a single bank. And that's just one of the many examples that would require confidential computing on the CPU itself. And so Azure uniquely actually as a public cloud provider provides application level confidential computing built on top of the Intel SGX technologies so that you can run in application code and secure enclaves for many of the scenarios that are on this slide. So just one example of that is actually building confidential containers using the Azure Kubernetes service. You can also do this directly in Linux VMs, writing your own code, modifying apps to make them secure enclave aware. So to give us a demo of how this works, I'd like to now hand off to Amar.
Hi, my name is Amar Gowda. I am the product manager for Azure Confidential Computing. Today, in this demo, you will see how a customer who's running a sensitive application on Kubernetes is implementing an elevated security for containers enabled through confidential containers on using Intel SGX VMs. This customer is building a defense in depth container strategy, and the implementation with confidential containers is for one of their Python-based microservice application. A Flask-based RESTful API module is being converted to a confidential microservices with no overhead or changes to the code. The lift and shift path should also provide code integrity and data in use protection through Intel SGX. In this demo, you will witness how to add a Intel-based ACC nodes queue to Azure Kubernetes Service, take an existing Python app and make it SGX ready, and deployment to SGX nodes, and testing the application by calling the web API and operating this service itself. You are looking at an existing AKS cluster that has a standard node pool. And now I will switch over to a CLI to add Intel SGX-based DCSv2 VMs that give you the ability to run confidential containers. Before that, I will add an add-on that will make my life easy with deployments as well as the business continuity of these apps. This add-on is in preview, so you may have to use a CLI that has a preview extension. So once it's complete, now I'm going to go and add a DCSv2 node pool to the same existing cluster. You need to pass an additional header, use Gen2 VM, because DCSv2 VMs only support Gen2 virtual machines on Azure. So once complete, you should see an SGX plugin run, and you should be able to verify that by issuing a kubectl get pods command. I can see the device plugin as well as the code helper in this command. And they are up and running. So they mean they're only running on DCSv2 node. So let's switch over to a REST API simulation. So this is a standard node. And if you can see here, there is an external IP that I'm going to switch over to a postman to perform a HTTP post request. So this is simulating a PII-based microservices application that's taking in one parameter and responding you with JSON. So let's switch over to the code itself. So in this code, if you see a Python application, and this is a Docker file that is very simple and is leveraging an existing Python 3.8 based base image. So if you look at the app.py file, it's a very basic Flask web API application that accepts a JSON request, processes it, and creates a regular output with NumPy package. So I'm switching over to this other window that shows the deployment file for Kubernetes service. So it's a standard node listening on 4996 port. So this is the second YAML file. I'm showing a confidential container application, and I'm just comparing this to the other one that's showing the file is very similar. However, there are some additional attributes in the YAML file like EPC memory, which is very specific to SGX-based apps. Confidential containers is enabled through ISVs and an ecosystem of open source projects. Here in this case, I'm removing using Fortanix, one of the ISV solutions. I take the existing Python Docker container, I put in some parameters and ask it to spit out a SGX ready confidential containers. So once it's done, I go and deploy my YAML file that is specific to this image that was generated. So once the pod is up and running, I just go fetch the IP address of that file. And now I'm going to switch over to the other window to show you how exactly the same application running confidentially on SGX is made enabled for the same Python Web API project. Now I have fetched the IP address of the confidential application, and I'm showing you in the Postman interface how I can send the same exact request and see a response back from the SGX confidential container application. In summary, you saw how lift and shift was enabled for an existing Python-based microservices, how standard and non-standard confidential containers were running side by side on the same AKS clusters, and how existing tooling was leveraged. This is the end of the demo. I hope you liked it. Please visit these links to get access to the samples and read more about confidential containers offering on Azure Kubernetes Service. Thank you.
So the final topic is really focused on the Security Operations Center inside your organization. And as you know, security operations doesn't think about individual resources, protecting Linux, protecting Windows, protecting SQL, protecting Mongo. The SecOps team is there to protect all of it. It's a big charter. And to do that, SecOps teams have historically used SIM tools that collect log files, for example, syslogs from all of your Linux machines across the entire enterprise, and then process those logs through query engines to understand complete kill chains that may traverse from an external website through to, for instance, a directory controller. And so Azure has the first public cloud to have a built-in cloud native SIM, which is Azure Sentinel, that's had amazing customer reception with more than 7,500 customers in its first year. Azure Sentinel effectively imports logs from all of these sources and then has an artificial intelligence layer on top of it that uses machine learning to then identify for the SecOps the highest priority alerts wherever they are. And also builds visual kill chains so SecOps can seize that. And of course, all the traditional things that you can do with a SIM, including advanced query language, are available in Azure Sentinel. And so once again, this is for your SecOps team. It's less about for your DevOps team. But I'd strongly encourage you to go look at Azure Sentinel. It's by far the easiest SIM to set up if you're used to on-premises SIMs, because it is effectively a software as a service. You literally go turn it on and start importing sources across Azure, which would include the sources for Linux VMs, across Microsoft 365, as well as across Barracuda, F5, Cisco. I could go on and on. As you'd expect, it's collecting data from your entire enterprise and therefore a broad set of partners. So in summary, Azure has a strategy to provide built-in capabilities in all of the key areas you need to protect your security infrastructure. And at this point, now many years into the strategy, a mature set of tools to help you get secure in Azure that are, in many cases, broader than what you may have had on premises. Now, with that being the case, we are an open ecosystem. And so, of course, we've collaborated with a broad set of partners, and this is just a small set of our MESA partners. And so you can use the first-party services, and I'd encourage you to, but your favorite third-party service for security also works just great in Azure. So with that, I'd encourage you to dive deeper, take a look at the Azure Security Architecture Guidance, take a look at the documentation, participate in the community. Thanks for your time today. Cheers.
Hi, and welcome. In this session, we're going to discuss which cloud service is right for your Java apps. My name is Teresa Nguyen. I'm a program manager in Azure Compute Team, working on Java and Azure. I'm joined here with James.
Hello, everyone. James Faulkner here. I Director of Product Marketing for Red Hat Times, part of our Red Hat Application Developer Suite. Today, we're going to be talking about, as Teresa mentioned, the best as-a-service platform for your Java apps. So we'll start with a quick summary of open source software in support of Java apps, including operating systems, application servers, and frameworks. Then we'll cover the as-a-service types generally associated with bringing Java to the cloud. And finally, then we'll focus on the considerations you need to think about as you form your plans for moving out of the data center, off premises, and onto the cloud. We'll also have some resources for you to explore later on in this session to learn more about how Red Hat and Microsoft are partnering to offer a range of solutions. So I'll hand it off to Teresa to start us off and talk about open source.
Thanks, James. All right. So everybody who's in open source probably knows Richard Stallman. Open source is about free software, but really when it comes down to it, free is not really free. Free to consume, yes, but free to create and maintain, not really, because it does take out developers' time to create this and also to maintain it for the ecosystem to be able to use this, to use software. So on top of that, you have to look at, what does it mean to running your open source application on premise and going to the cloud? You still have to consider who's going to be responsible for what part of the components, the software, the distribution, the user, or the cloud provider, or maybe your software vendor. And just like anything else, when it comes to software running your product, your mission critical product, you have to consider, will it be supported, yes or no, and if you have the expertise in-house. Some bigger shops probably have the expertise and can maintain unsupported open source software, but to be assured that your mission critical applications are up and running, you might want to consider commercially supported open source products such as products provided by Red Hat. And also when you're moving to the cloud, compliance and regulation becomes a bigger issue because now the data and all the hardware and facilities maintained by somebody else. So those are things that you want to consider as you move to the cloud. Open source doesn't necessarily mean it's free. It's taxing on somebody somehow, somewhere, and you need to be a responsible citizen, use it, consume it, and contribute back, or get a commercial software product where the company can actually provide the feedback back to the open source project and help that ecosystem grow. So let's discuss now the context of Java. What does that look like?
Yeah, so thanks, Teresa. So Java, and in particular Java EE, they were built for the enterprise, and it's really one of the main reasons why, after 2 decades, there's still, depending on who you ask, 7 to 10 million Java developers out there, and 38 billion, we estimate, active JVMs in use today. So, typical brochureware websites, they don't really need transactions, but you better believe banks or airlines or governments, they really need transactions along with many of the other enterprise-grade capabilities that you see listed on the left here. That's really what Java was designed for early on in its life. And since Java was introduced back in 1995, standards like Java EE and products like JBoss or Spring Framework or Glassfish and many, many others, they've been developed that address these listed use cases that you see in the middle column on this slide, and of course, many, many more. And it's really been great for Java as a whole to build the ecosystem and the usage around the world. Java itself was open sourced in 2007 by Sun Microsystems, and in the last couple of years, we've seen how open source frameworks like Micronaut, new open source frameworks like Micronaut and Quarkus, that are designed to even more efficiently build and deploy containerized Java apps to constrained environments like Kubernetes and function as a service platforms that we'll be talking about later. So Java in particular, open source Java has really been and continues to be a fantastic choice for modernizing existing apps and developing net new. However, there is another factor to consider, which is the operating system. Teresa?
Great. So in terms of operating system, Microsoft loves Linux. As you can see here, we have over 50% of our VMs are running on Linux. There's a bunch of distributed distros that we support, CentOS, Debian, Flatcar, you name it, it's there. We also have a special flavor where we have integrated support with some of these Linux distros, particularly with Red Hat Linux. So what this means is if you're running your Linux on Azure, that your OS would be supported by Red Hat and Microsoft. And then there's also other flavors of SAP. So again, Linux is a first-class citizen on Azure, and we have also special tuned kernels that would provide 25% faster network throughput. And then, we have most of our big customers are also running Linux. So this is something that is like bread and butter to us. So running Linux on Azure is easy as running Windows on Azure.
Hey, Teresa, I see RHEL listed on this slide. So is there anything special about like RHEL on Azure specifically?
Yeah, so we have this flavor of RHEL called RUI. So it's a Red Hat updated infrastructure. But so what that means is customers can run their Linux VMs on Azure and don't have to worry about security updates or patches or anything like that. We will take care of the OS layer for you. So you can just have to worry about your application. So unlike other VMs where you have to maintain your own OSs, this is an additional option that you have with Azure VMs.
Nice.
So great. So now let's dive into which cloud is right for your Java apps. James, and then we can also take a look at some pros and cons. So for infrastructure as a service, or most know it as IaaS, it's the closest you can get parity to on-premise kind of deployment. And the great things about this is you can have, it's flexible. You can do anything you want to it. Nothing will change unless you change it. You can scale, but you have to do also the networking. And in terms of cost, is the lowest option you can get in the cloud. As with anything else, there's some trade-offs. So the cons in this is the OS management. Anything that goes wrong, updates and fixes, patches, you need to take care of it yourself. As I mentioned earlier, the RUI version, Microsoft would take care of that. So you can also run that flavor of RHEL you like. Also on the app server management, logging, networking, all that has to be configured by you. Infrastructure service, we provide the infrastructure, but you really have to update everything and keep it up and maintained by yourself. So let's take a look into the Java apps running on VM, VMSS. So VMs is the Azure Virtual Machine, VMSS, the Virtual Machine scale set. So recently we announced the availability of JBoss EAP on RHEL running on VM and VMSS. You can start playing around with it on the Azure Quick Start on the website, or you can purchase it directly from the Azure Marketplace. So this comes in two different flavors, pay-as-you-go or BYOS, also known as bring on subscription. So if you're running your Java workload on-premise and now you need to migrate to the cloud, you can bring that license to the cloud and don't have to worry about going in there and getting different types of licensing. We also did a public preview of Azure Hybrid Cloud or Hybrid Benefits. This will now allow you to, if you're running a pay-as-you-go SKU, you can switch it back to the BYOS type of licensing. The great part about this thing is you can do pay-as-you-go for testing and development, and once you go in production, you switch it over to BYOS. Then you have that subscription that you have in advance, and that's a big cost savings. Other things like built-in AAD, RBAC, networking, all that is built into the VM in the console. So everything that I mentioned for the VM, the VMS is much better in the sense that it can scale horizontally up to 1,000 VMs. It also supports different networking, the layer 4, that load balancer, and also app gateway. It has high availability and resiliency. So if you have a big deployment that you just need to scale horizontally, this is the best option for you. Again, you can go to the Quick Start and play around with it and take a look. It is available in the standalone mode and clustered VMs and clustered VMSS. So now let's take a look at some of the pros and cons for the next one.
Yeah, so this is Kubernetes as a service. So this is sort of the next level of management above the traditional IaaS or infrastructure as a service. So Kubernetes as a service offerings give you exactly what you think, Kubernetes capabilities out of the box. So you can kind of think of it as the app server for cloud-native apps and microservices. Several vendors, including Red Hat, for Kubernetes distributions that each offer additional value and capability on top of the core platform. Given that Kubernetes is an abstraction of container orchestration, it can really be deployed across your entire cloud footprint, including on-premise, VMs, or public and private cloud, or even bare metal. On the flip side, as far as the cons go, there is a learning curve to Kubernetes concepts and deploying and managing clusters. So in addition, its inherent flexibility can also contribute to that learning curve, especially when you're configuring it for enterprise features like auto scaling of nodes or highly available clusters or identity management. Kubernetes is really designed for cloud scale workloads, so many of the capabilities will go unused for simpler use cases. So for running your Java apps on Kubernetes and Azure, Microsoft and Red Hat have jointly brought OpenShift to market. So with this offering, you get Kubernetes out of the box with Microsoft and Red Hat managing the infrastructure based on Red Hat's distribution of Kubernetes called OpenShift, while you, the application designer and deployer, build and deploy your Java apps using Red Hat JBoss EAP or other Red Hat Java software, all based on Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Additional value on Kubernetes that we bring includes cluster node scaling, integration with a wide range of application and Azure services, things like Azure Active Directory and others. So with Kubernetes as a service, you get Kubernetes, but you're still managing your Java applications in your build environment. So I'll hand it over back to Teresa to talk about the solution for that particular issue. Teresa?
All right. So the next option that you want to consider is platforms as a service, also known as PaaS. So this is really based on a service where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure. It's a fully managed service. You as the user only have to worry about the applications. This is kind of on the flip side of an infrastructure as a service in the sense that all the pros listed here, like OS management, framework, features, networking, everything you can think of, scale HA, that's all managed by the cloud provider. And then on the flip side on that is the cons. So you don't have the flexibility you would have on a VM. You can't access the host. And the scaling is limited to 100 instances. But, and then it also doesn't support stateful services. So there's some trade-off. That's why you would have to consider if the IaaS or PaaS is better. But comparing the list of pros and cons, that will give you some idea of what kind of application you want to manage. All right. And next, we can go to looking at recent deployments. Was it in Ignite last month? We announced a public preview of JBoss EAP on App Service, and we're using JBoss EAP and Rails because these are two very popular open source projects that people are running in production. App Service is Azure's managed PaaS service. So with this combination of services, you can run your production workload on-premise, migrate to the cloud, and still get the same type of productivity, but minus the infrastructure management part. It is DevOps friendly because it is an Azure first-party service. We have built-in CI/CD, and we also have security and monitoring that's built into the platform itself. And as before, James mentioned, we partnered up with Red Hat to provide unified integrated support. So what that means is if you have problems with infrastructure or the application server, you can contact Microsoft or Red Hat, and we will address it for you. So this, in addition to Java EE, we also support Java SE and Tomcat deployments. So if you're a Java shop and you have a war jar EAR file, just drop it in, get it going. This is the easiest way to get to the cloud. So let's give the audience a recap of what we just covered in terms of cloud services, James.
Sure. So this is our chart showing kind of the difference between the three different offerings. They all have different use cases. Depending on your requirements, you'll want to choose one of the. For example, if you're just looking to save costs and you're willing to do a lot of the management yourself, you may consider the lowest cost option with Azure VM or VMSS. If you need additional capabilities or you don't want to manage the entire stack yourself, you can consider Azure Red Hat OpenShift or Azure App Service with JBoss EAP on there that Teresa just talked about. So really, there's a lot of different choices here, both in terms of Java, the underlying infrastructure, as well as the level of management. So, but let's finally turn in the last part to talk about where the actual innovation lies with companies, which is the application workloads, and look at some considerations when considering a move from on-prem to cloud. So a lot of factors here. Migrations are sometimes easy, but most of the time they're painful and require quite a bit of upfront planning. Single applications are likely to be pretty straightforward, but considering your app landscape and the destination is super important when talking about and planning for migration, even for lift and shift use cases. In particular, how much control you want or need in your target platform. Do you want to tweak each and every setting? Do you have a budget for a fully managed solution? Do you have time constraints like an upcoming on-premise license renewal or even real estate renewals? Is your infrastructure struggling to keep up with everyone working from home due to COVID-19? Now, these and other considerations really factor importantly into how you plan and what kinds of tooling you'll need in order to do this effectively. In many cases, it makes sense to do a lift and shift first, for example, of phased migration, then start to look at refactoring to be more cloud native, get more experience and more time on the cloud. And again, target platform comes into play here. So for example, how will your refactored apps talk to your legacy backend systems that you cannot touch? Are you looking to implement newer standards like microprofile? Do your Spring Boot apps fit in your cloud footprint at scale? So as you consider the apps, also consider how much you want to spend on managing the infrastructure and how much control you need again. Do you have a lot of proprietary applications that may need to be migrated to an open source solution like JBoss EAP? Is the managed service managed by the experts who understand the underlying tech? So there's lots and lots and lots of questions and factors for consideration to consider. And tooling, though, can help here. Tooling can, in many cases, get you a lot farther along than you would otherwise have be able to do on your own. So here are some of the considerations for tooling. Like I said before, a single app migration is generally pretty straightforward. But what happens when you have 1,000 different applications, which we do have in the world today? What happens when you have multiple different languages, multiple different frameworks that you're using, multiple different operating systems? What's your cloud and container strategy if you're moving off from on-prem VMs into containers, for example? Do you have tooling that can kind of help that transition in addition to the applications themselves? If you're doing a lift and shift, that may be a little bit easier. If you're considering a replatform or refactor to take advantage of some of the capabilities of things like microservices and serverless, do you have tooling that can help you do that migration? Do you have budget constraints, again, time constraints, upcoming compelling events that may require you to hurry along? More importantly, if you have a wide number of applications, do you know which ones are easy and which ones are hard? Because that's really going to help you do that planning. And when you have tooling that can help you in this area, it makes the planning a lot easier. Another consideration technically is the ease of use of a tool. Does it have the right interfaces for the way you intend to use it? Is there a command line interface? Is there a GUI? Is there a web-based interface? Does it integrate with your CI/CD integration tooling so that you can do regular analysis of your applications as you're migrating them? This is probably the most important one, sensibility. Every customer has different types of questions and different ways they develop software, and many times the way that you design software introduces a particular way of designing software that may not be compatible with the target platform, which means you probably want to develop custom ways of looking at your software and identifying those commonalities in your specific company. And that's where extensibility comes in. Can you extend the tool to be able to address the specific customer issues at your particular site? And then lastly, organizational readiness. Are you ready to jump to the cloud? Not only the technology, but the process and the culture and the people. And the organizational readiness is super important in considering that when you're moving to cloud. So those are some of the concerns to take to consider when you're moving and planning a migration. Now let's talk about some specific offerings that we have in this space, and I'll hand it back over.
All right, great. So we have a lot of tools Microsoft, but one of the tools I want to highlight here is the Azure Migration Assistance. It's available now. You can migrate Tomcat applications to App Service, and we will be announcing, releasing this migration tool to extend it to other Java apps. This is a demo video. We're not going to play it for the interest of time. So, and this is the second migration tool I want to talk about, is migrating your Linux workload to Azure, specifically running on JBoss EAP server. This tool simplifies the proof of concept stage, evaluation, and migration process. So what it does is it actually takes your workload, assess it, looks at the infrastructure configuration, it'll deploy it and test it, and then also do post-deployment configuration. This tool uses the Ansible playbook for the JBoss server deployment. It also works with the Red Hat migration tool. Again, this is a tool for migrating from on-premise to Azure. James, do you want to talk about the third and migration tool around Red Hat?
Yeah, thanks, Teresa. So Teresa mentioned the Red Hat Migration Toolkit for applications. This is a tool that sort of operates at that highest level and really looks at the logic in your applications and does a number of analysis and provides a number of reports to help you plan and actually execute on your migration strategy. So it is a free and open source tool. The upstream project is called WindUp. And again, it's designed to automate the migration of many apps, not one app, but thousands of applications. It does this through effort estimation, essentially painting you a picture of how hard is your migration going to be, which apps can be migrated very quickly, and which apps are going to require more in-depth analysis and work, so that you can assign not only time estimates, but also assign team members that may have additional expertise in a particular area to do a particular part of that migration. So it's really about accelerating code migration and giving you an estimate of how long it's going to take and how hard it's going to be. It's a number of different APIs here. So there's both a command line interface, a web interface, as well as plugins for common IDEs like Eclipse or CodeReady, VS Code. And so it's very addressable. It's very approachable. It can be used both, sort of one time kick the tires. It can also be automated through the CLI, so that you can do things like automated CI/CD integration, and it's integrated as Teresa mentioned with the Azure Workload Builder. So it kind of provides a one-stop shop for your entire migration planning and execution. So Teresa, you want to cover the kind of the summary of the different offerings?
Yeah, sure. So this is kind of like an overview of you're taking a look at what or how you can deploy to Azure or to the cloud. There's your cloud strategy should be carefully considered based on what James mentioned earlier, between the tooling and your strategy and budget and resourcing. And then you understand the requirements and limitations. And then if you're running on different types of application servers that maybe a commercial type and you're adopting an open source stack, you might want to consider migrating the Jakarta EE or Java EE apps to an open source project like JBoss EAP. That's a first step. A second step is migrating now to on-premise if you're not already, from on-premise to Azure if you're not already in the cloud. From there onto Azure, the easiest way to look at this is if you're running a Kubernetes as a service type of containers and deployment, then you might want to consider Arrow, because it is jointly created and delivered by Red Hat and Microsoft, and also includes integrated support. If you're running dev tests and you want to do the quickest, fastest route to the cloud, then Azure VMs and VMSS is the way to go. With dev tests, you can run Wildfly, which is an open source version of JBoss. It's an upstream project, but it doesn't include support. And also you can run on CentOS. Again, this is great for dev tests, but if you want to run your production grade type of deployment, then you might want to look at the VMs and VMSS, especially for bigger, larger deployment. When you migrate to thousands of servers, virtual machine scale set's a good way to go there. So right now we have it available in the Quick Start and Marketplace, and it does come in different type of configuration. BYOS is only available for a JBoss. For RHEL, it's pay-as-you-go, but BYOS is coming along in the near future. And the last part is the platforms of service. So if you want to go to the cloud and you have some applications that's ready containerized, or you have some files you just want to drop into a managed infrastructure, Azure App Service on Linux is the best way to go. It currently supports Tomcat, or supports Tomcat since 2014, and Java SE. And now it supports GBoss EAP on RHEL as a standalone mode. If you need clustering, that too is coming soon. So all the boxes in the yellow circle, those are on the roadmap. So hopefully this will give you an overview and understanding of where you can land your Java workload in Azure based on your type of applications and needs.
All right, thank you, Teresa. So lots of information we went over today. I want to leave you with some additional resources that you can check out on your own. So we have a number of resources for both Azure capabilities as well as Red Hat OpenShift capabilities and Red Hat JBoss EAP capabilities. You can see the links there. We have a number of quick starts, links to the marketplace, as well as to some of the migration tooling that we talked about, the migration assistant, as well as the Red Hat migration toolkit for applications. So lots of stuff to check out. You can also scan the code in the upper right if you need to get in touch with Microsoft and Red Hat in a potential migration that you want to find out more information about how we can help. Scan that QR code, fill out the survey, and fill out your information, and we'll definitely be getting in touch with you. So I want to thank you for attending today, and both Teresa and I enjoyed talking with you today, and hope you learned a little bit more about the considerations for migrating into as a service for your Java apps, and how Red Hat and Microsoft can help you in your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Gossman, and I'm a distinguished engineer in the Azure team. I focus mostly on open source in the cloud, and I'm here today to talk to you about open source at Microsoft. With me is Stormy Peters from the Open Source Program Office. Stormy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, John. I'm Stormy Peters, and I run Microsoft's Open Source Programs Office, and I'm very much looking forward to sharing with you what we've learned at Microsoft working with open source.
So we're going to start out with talking about a real obvious question, which is why Microsoft and open source? If you've been in a time warp for 20 years, you may be really surprised to find out that Microsoft's doing a lot with open source, because 20 years ago was very famously kind of an opponent of open source. Our former CEO said a lot of bad things about Linux and open source. But things have changed enormously in the world and at Microsoft in that time. And ultimately, it comes down to a few simple things. 20 years ago, there was a lot of misperception, certainly at Microsoft, but elsewhere in the industry, about how the economics of open source work. There was this perception that open source companies couldn't succeed, that it was something only for non-commercial projects. And obviously, starting with Red Hat and a long list of other companies have been extremely successful, even with pure open source projects, as well as doing services and support and projects that incorporate open source. So that was one of the biggest things that changed. It's just the recognition across the industry and at Microsoft of the economic value of open source. But I think there's something deeper than that, and you have to go back all the way even further to Microsoft by a couple of developers, Bill Gates and Paul Allen, developing a developer product, BASIC, for other developers. So Microsoft is at some point a company by, of, and for developers. And one of the things that we know is that developers love open source, including Microsoft developers. So while there's this need inside Microsoft to be involved in the mainstream of development and interest in that, there's also another factor, which is that many of our customers are using open source. Almost all of our customers are really using open source. And so to meet our goal of meeting the customers where they are, we also need to meet developers where they are. With that in mind, Microsoft's open source strategy really kind of involves four major things that we're going to talk about. First of all, is supporting customers who want to use open source solutions. If you want to use Linux or some other open source solution with Microsoft, we want to make sure that that's a great experience. Secondly, we want ourselves to be able to use best of breed open source software like Linux or Spark or Python. All of these things Microsoft people use every day in their work, and it's we want to be able to use that software without concerns. And then we also want to be able to use the power of open source to reach developers and customers with Microsoft-led open source projects. And then finally, this is an ecosystem. And it's important if you're going to be involved in that ecosystem to contribute and support all those open source projects. So I love this quote from Satya's book, and it really illustrates some of the stuff I was talking about on the slide earlier. And he's talking about a meeting that he and Scott Guthrie, who runs our cloud business, had probably 8, 9, 10 years ago. And they met with a customer, and this customer was a big Linux user, and they realized that Azure was only going to succeed Linux. And they said, we made that decision by the time we got to the parking lot. But here's the really profound part. He said, this may sound like a purely technical challenge, technical dilemma, but it also posed a profound cultural challenge. And what he was saying there is that we did it half-heartedly. If we were still mostly focused on proprietary source and Windows, we were never going to do a great job at this, and we were just never going to succeed with the Azure cloud business. So there's a case where the CEO, the top management, was actually saying that open source is a critical initiative at Microsoft. And if you combine that with the developers at Microsoft, the employees at Microsoft at the bottom, if you take that top-down and bottom-up interest in open source, then the culture can actually change pretty quickly. So let me just give you a few illustrations of this. I apologize, this slide is a bit of an eye chart, and it actually could be much larger than this because this is only a fraction of the open source work that we're involved in. But it illustrates 3 parts to our approach. The first one is this enable. We have to enable open source software to work with Microsoft products and services and platforms in order to support our customers. Secondly, we want to release pieces of open source, pieces of software that we developed in open source so that we can take advantage of other people's knowledge and contributions and share that code more easily with customers and partners. And then finally, we want to contribute and partner to the various open source initiatives and companies in the world. So I pulled out a couple of examples here. We've already talked about Linux, enabling Linux, why that was important. Under release, I'm going to talk about TypeScript. If you're not familiar with TypeScript, it's a type-safe language that transpiles to JavaScript, and it's being widely used. It's one of the rapidly becoming one of the most widely used languages in the world. It was developed by Anders Hejlsberg, who some of you may know as the developer of C# language, and before that, Delphi. And if you're as old as I am, you may remember Turbo Pascal. So Anders is one of the most experienced, legendary language designers in the history of the industry, and one of Microsoft's most valuable employees. And his new project, TypeScript, is entirely open source. It's on GitHub. Go look at the repo. Anders is the #1 contributor, and he checks in several times a day. So this is a thing where Anders loves open source, and there's talks you can find about how much, what his experience is. And we have a Microsoft employee, as I say, a developer who is engaged in open source because that's the way that he thinks his project is going to be most successful, both for him and for the company and for his customers. Now, on the other side, I want to call out the Azure Red Hat OpenShift service under the partner thing. This is a thing where Red Hat has a Kubernetes based PaaS platform called OpenShift. And Microsoft and Red Hat have worked together to build a service that runs on Azure that allows you to run managed OpenShift. And behind that, we have joint support so that when you call and you have a problem, that Red Hat and Microsoft engineers work together to support your problems with OpenShift. So this is an example of how we're partnering, and there's a long list of these other ones. Databricks, we have a partnership with Spring, we have partnerships with a large number of different companies in this place. Another place what I want to highlight is our contributions to the foundations, like the Linux Foundation. Stormy, I think, is going to talk about a little bit more about that later. Then I called out one more example out of this long list here because it kind of pulls it all together. It talks about enablement, release, and partnerships, and that's SONiC. So SONiC stands for Software for Open Networking in the Cloud. And it's a network operating system. It's based on Debian. It uses Docker containers to manage various network functions. It runs on switches. It runs on basically all the switches in Microsoft's cloud. So it's incredibly mission critical. All of the network traffic in Microsoft clouds runs through these switches running a Debian Linux distribution. So SONiC is an example where we've used the best of class, that the team decided that Linux and Docker and other open source technologies were the best things that they could do to run on these switches. They open sourced it to get it back into the ecosystem in order so that other customers and partners who had similar problems could use SONiC. So they're contributing back to things. And then finally, on the partnership things, it turns out SONiC has got an ecosystem around it. So while it was designed for our usage inside our data centers, now Dell, Broadcom, Cisco, and other major networking providers are actually building commercial products based on SONiC. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stormy to talk about how we do open source.
At Microsoft, I run the Microsoft's Open Source Program Office, and we make sure that it's really easy for teams to use open source software. So at Microsoft, the businesses all decide how to incorporate open source software in their strategy. So like the developer tools team has VS Code and TypeScript. They're developing very much in the open with their users and their customers. Other teams have some proprietary products and some open source products. For example, the Office Windows team has a proprietary product, but also just open source pieces of it, like the Fluid Framework. So our job is to help make sure they can do that super easily. And one of the things that I like to think about is Microsoft's mission is to enable individuals and organizations to achieve more. And I think the words "through open source" fit really nicely behind that. So our team's mission is to enable individuals and organizations to achieve more through open source software. And to give you an idea of the scale or the scope of this problem, at Microsoft, we have over 5 million uses of open source software components. So this may be the same software being used by several teams, but we are tracking 5 million instances of open source software being used around the company. And so we want to make sure that it's really easy and that we have awesome tools to help make that happen. So when a developer at Microsoft downloads open source software and checks it out and plays with it, which they're totally welcome to do, when they put it into their build environment, our build tools will automatically detect that they're using open source software. And at that point, we will go try to find the license. We actually created an open source software project called Clearly Defined that many other organizations and companies are working on with us, where we'll go out and we'll make an API call and find out what the license is. And then depending on what the license is and how the developer said they were going to use it, we'll kick off an approval process. So for most cases, like if it was MIT license and they were just going to use it internally, they would just go ahead and use it and we wouldn't, and there's no review needed in that case. But if the license wasn't clear or if it was a copyleft license that we just wanted to double check how they were using it, we'd kick off a legal review or a business review as appropriate. And the developer could still go along with their regular work. They could continue to develop and build while those review processes are being kicked off. Then we provide them with any tools that are needed. So if they need a notice file based on the software they're using, we'll create that for them. If they need to put their source code somewhere to make it available, we have a place for that. We have a release checklist. So when they go to open source something, they can make sure they've dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's so that they're ready to welcome community and contributions. And then we try to incentivize good open source software behavior. Our developers, as John said, all want to be using open source and contributing to it. So we just try to add some extra incentives to help people do that. So For one, in our regular reviews that we do of employees, we actually ask questions of things like, did they build on the work of others? Did they help others? So things that are very very similar to open source software and that open source software fulfills. We also have created programs. I put one example here of the FOSS Fund. So the FOSS Fund is a program where we earmarked some money, $120,000 for the year, and then every month we give $10,000 to an open source software project. But the really neat part is it's an open source software project that was nominated by a Microsoft employee who contributes to open source software, and it was voted on by Microsoft employees. So every month we donate to a project that Microsoft employees say is important to them and important to the company and could use some funding. We also have lots of internal open source community groups, everything from executives who meet quarterly to talk about open source software to open source champs that meet almost daily in chat, but probably monthly in a video call to talk about how open source software is going in their groups, to share best practices, and to answer any questions that anybody might have about how to use open source software in their groups. We also, as a best practice, have an open source software policy, like many organizations. And it's a company-wide document that we try to really clearly describe how people can use open source software so that they don't have to wait a week or 2 weeks for an answer. So it covers like how to use open source software. We're completely open in using it, how to contribute to it, how to release open source software. It has answers to common questions like how would I grow a community? Who should I talk to? Where should I put it? Who should be involved? And you can see a lot of this on our public website. So if you go to opensource.microsoft.com and you go under our programs, we've summarized our policy there. So if you're looking to create a policy for your company, that's a really good place to start. There are also other examples out there, but I encourage you to go there and feel free to ask us questions if you have them. And along the way, we've created a lot of tools. I've described some of them kind of at the high level, but I wanted to make you aware that of a couple projects that we have a project called Clearly Defined that I mentioned earlier. And Clearly Defined is a project that's right now it has like the Eclipse Foundation is working on it. The company Bloomberg is working on it. The United Nations Foundation. And it's an API that lets you ask what license an open source software package is under. And that's really useful if you're a company that's using a lot of open source and needs to generate reports or needs to quickly check things. So you're welcome to use it. You're welcome to show up every other Monday. We have a team meeting. You're welcome to show up and ask questions or contribute. It's clearlydefined.io is the website. Another project that we created, our legal team actually started this, is called OpenChain. And OpenChain is really interesting because we had customers that would come to us and say, we know you're using open source software. We know there's open source software in the software that you're giving us. And we want to make sure that we're in compliance. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So we need to know that you're doing the right thing. And they would say, so can we see a list of all the software and all the licenses? Well, as I told you earlier, we're using over 5 million instances. So we wanted to give them this information in a way that was useful. We didn't want to give them, a whole stack of papers and say, here they are. So we thought about it for a while and we thought, automotive industry has the same problem. Like they have processes and compliance and safety procedures that they follow. And everyone knows that when you buy a car, all those parts follow a certain standards and have met certain safety guidelines. So actually started with our attorneys, reached out to the Linux Foundation and started a group called OpenChain. And OpenChain is now an ISO standard. So your organization can be OpenChain compliant. And it means that you've defined what the roles and responsibilities are in your company. Maybe it's an OSPO, maybe it's attorneys. You've defined that you have a policy and what licenses are okay. You said how you're going to remediate anything that goes wrong. You have a set of training that certain people take. And so now we can tell our customers that we are OpenChain compliant, and they can know that when they use open source software from us, that it's safe to use and it's in compliance with the license. So that's what we do internally, but it's also really important how we work externally, especially with open source software. And so I wanted to briefly touch on foundations. So Microsoft is a member of many foundations. This is just a subset of them. And the reason that we're members of them for many reasons, but some of the things I think are important is that foundations are a way for us to give back to the projects. So we give not just money to the foundation, but we also give time and effort. We always make sure that there's somebody on the Microsoft side who's engaged. It's also a way for companies to collaborate. It's a way for a project to clearly specify what their governance model looks like and how they want to work together. So foundations are an important part of making sure that the open source ecosystem is healthy, and we're a member of the ones that are important to us to help support those projects. John, is there anything you wanted to say on the slide or to wrap up?
No, that's great, Stormy. I'm really proud of all the memberships and all the things that we do in this space, and it's a lot of fun to be here today with you and talk about this.
Yeah, and if any of y'all have questions, you can find us on Twitter or you can ask us questions. Thanks for joining us today, and I hope wherever you are in your open source journey, that you either were inspired by something you saw in our presentation or it triggered another thought that you had that you'll share with others.
All right, cheers.
Hello everybody, my name is David Wright. I'm a solution architect here at HashiCorp. I've been fortunate enough to work with the Microsoft team across the APJ region and their partners in looking at ways and innovative ways to actually kind of drive tooling and automation through the Azure adoption. And so today one of the things we're going to do is talk about blueprints and blueprints in the concept of the digital transformation, and how those two things go together, what tooling, some of the processes that you'll need, and why it's important to actually have tooling to be able to do that. And then we'll look at some of the actual outcomes and mechanisms that you can take to actually adopt this really quickly. So some examples, some use cases, and some scenarios and things for you to think about. And so the first thing that I wanted to talk about was digital transformation. Obviously, this is a key concept that's kind of a lot of the buzzwords at the moment are driving a large amount of change within different organizations. I know definitely within the pandemic of the last year that a lot of businesses have pivoted from how they interact with their customers. So they move very much from a face-to-face scenario into how do we do a digital interaction with our customers? How do we do business digitally? All of these drivers have created this whole motion around digital transformation and driving change within an organization. But before the pandemic, and when life was a little bit more normal, there was also a large amount of digital innovation being driven through organizations. And fundamentally, that was around organizations wanting to be able to change. They wanted to be able to change quickly. They wanted to try new things. And again, they wanted to improve that customer interface and that customer user experience and get the feedback from their customers quickly, adopt, change that, and push it back out to them so that customers can actually use that or use that feedback in a positive way. I know here there was an app that we use from a state government perspective for doing our COVID registrations when we go into properties. It was a good app, it worked really well. However, you couldn't put any of your children on it or save it. So every time you went in, you had to renew that. There's a whole bunch of feedback around that. It was quickly adapted, and now the app is really usable. And that kind of digital experience and being able to react quickly to your customers is how you keep your customer and improve that customer experience, particularly in those kind of omni-channel criteria where you're trying to get all of your digital context together. So as those digital parts of the business start to drive change, so you need to be able to keep up with how you do that change. And the key to that is then automation. And so automation is the bedrock of being able to create scale through that change process. If you can't deliver scale and you can't deliver an automated process, then you'll never be able to keep up with the rate of innovation that concept and digital transformation is trying to achieve. And so building in the right and necessary tools to be able to do this being able to tie things into a version control. So being able to adopt developer type tooling to build your infrastructure, being able to commit code to a single point, and that code commit then actually kicks off a build process through your pipeline. So you commit some code, or the developer writes some code, they commit it, it kicks off a trigger, that trigger starts a pipeline, the pipeline builds all of those elements, and now at the end of it, you have your application deployed in its new environment. Being able to take, obviously in that feedback scenario where you need to say, well, we need to change this application, how do we do that? So you pull off a small part of the user community, trial it against that new app and the new version, see what the reaction is. If it's positive, then roll that out into production. Again, looking at how you can do that in an automated state so that you can bring that in and out of that environment in an automatic process. So again, allowing you to scale, allowing you to have tooling. And so where HashiCorp fits in is building in automated tools, or being able to build using our automated tools and solve those problems, whether that's a security problem with Vault or a implementation problem or operational and provisioning problem with Terraform. And so with blueprints, this is a concept that really makes use of that concept. So you now have an automatic process, so you have all of the tools necessary to actually build your blueprint or build your infrastructure, but now you need to actually put some building blocks into that process. And so the concept of a blueprint, which was originally an engineering mechanism for creating repeatable patterns to give to engineers to be able to build from, off of an actual blue ink plate. And so that concept of creating that template that can be used to create the same thing over and over again stands true in the modern world here with infrastructure. And what you're doing is taking that concept of the repeatability and building that into your pipeline and automation process. So now the way to think about a blueprint is as that pattern. That pattern is defined as an outcome that you need from your business. Now, whether that's a security component, whether it's a full end-to-end application, whether it's a networking component, or whether it's just an actual need that your customer would want, or your consumer of your services would want to devour, whether that's standing up a whole environment, or whether it's actually interacting with a particular new desk sharing app that your team want to share with. Those types of blueprints are where you can now create this whole concept and tie into self-service. And what we're trying to do is tie in your patterns into your automation to create these repeatable workflows. And so the focus being on how do you actually do something, or where do you do something more than once? So if you have a pattern that you are deploying, or you have a resource that you are applying more than once, and that could be building a very simple three-tiered architecture. If you have to do that more than once, then you should build that into a pattern. And that focus on that element of repeatability means that you can build a workflow around it. Once you develop your workflow, you can then tie that into delivering an outcome for the business and tie that into different processes. Now, that workflow can be updated, that workflow can be managed, and that workflow can also be within the context of a singular line of business. So any adds, moves, and changes can be reflected within that line of business. Or if this workflow and pattern was part of a network deployment, for example, if there was a change to a security rule, that change would then flow through all of those different patterns. And so now the management of your tooling becomes or your patterns in your infrastructure becomes a lot easier, because you can do it from that single point of control and that single tool set. The other great advantage of obviously using a common tool set like this is, and particularly with Terraform, is the fact that there is a wealth of patterns and reusable infrastructure components already out in the community. Terraform has a massive open source community support, and lots of people and community members have built patterns and different parts of patterns that you can put together to actually create an outcome that you want. You can also go to our registry.terraform.io, which has a whole bunch of predefined modules, and those modules can be used to consume and consumed as it is or as part of that pattern consumption. And you can even adopt those and take them into a private module registry within Terraform Cloud or Terraform Enterprise and completely customize the variables and outcomes within that pattern to make it suitable for your unique environment. Now, whether that's unique tagging, whether it's unique IP addressing, whether it's a unique security requirement, you can customize that, but taking the heavy lifting that someone else has done around building the actual pattern and then turn that into a usable resource as part of the private module registry. And that power allows you to really become flexible around what you're delivering. So where are we seeing these concepts being used? Well, within the APJ region, we've seen a lot of work with customers, particularly around this concept of the landing zone. And we've worked with the Microsoft team in a lot of joint customers where the landing zone has become a discussion point around how that customer can adopt cloud, how they can move forward, how they can adapt and start to drive their digital transformation journey. And as soon as have that conversation around, we have this concept of the landing zone, we want to be able to build to best practices, we need to be able to stand up the environment quickly and repeatably and easily, how do we do that? Then we've seen the adoption of landing zones as a great mechanism for doing that. And then the story we fit in the Terraform Cloud tooling behind that as a mechanism that is generally known and understood as within the cloud community to being able to drive as a tool. You then have this double-edged sword of being able to have a tool that lots of people can understand and work with, and a repeatable pattern that allows them to stand up the elements to best practices that they may not have known or understood before. And so when we take a look at this, the Azure Landing Zone, that as part of the Microsoft CAF program, or the Cloud Adoption Framework, is a great example of where patterns and lots of different parts of patterns are stitched together to create an actual overall outcome. These have been recently updated, so you can have this run as an open source example, or this can now be run and managed through Terraform Cloud. And Terraform Cloud has actually been integrated into the Rover deployment mechanism, so it means that you can have a full native experience using the Rover tool to deploy this. But also, more interestingly, from my perspective, is we've also seen that these individual elements have been put into the registry .terraform.io, and you can now actually work with those individual elements to build specific parts of an Azure landing zone that you can stand up and build your whole environment around that. And so this flexibility around leveraging something that Microsoft has created, it has its integrated best practices and ties all of the things that, you know, as a cloud operator or cloud practitioner, you want to know and understand around best practices, and have it in an easily consumable and easily deployable format. And this also speaks true of enterprise scale, which is another part of the taking the enterprise scale approach to deploying the cloud adoption framework and applying that to the patterns. And I know that this is also available in our Terraform module as a whole and works with Azure Landing Zone. So now you can use different parts of those modules to tie them together to get exactly what you want from your deployment. Very much true of the Lego format, where you can take your building blocks and you can build exactly what the instructions give you or tell you to build, or you can use your imagination and create these wonderful worlds that only your imagination is a limit to what you can build. And this is the same with being able to take this approach with these patterns and blueprints. And so blueprints really give you this flexibility around being able to build once, use it multiple times, and use it in different scenarios to create these different outcomes. And these are great examples that we've seen here of where this has been done. And so fitting that kind of thinking into your enterprise means that you can also tie that in with now that programmatic approach. You can fit that in with tying into a authorization or an ITIL workflow tool that can create the necessary peering. So in terms of creating your workflow, you need to have an authorizer or a manager approve that self-service. If it's approved, it will automatically be deployed, which Terraform Cloud can kick off and build for you. You can use those best practice blueprints to create the environment that you need. And now a non-technical element of your business can actually deploy infrastructure for what their business outcome, and you've all done that through a single workflow. And that is a very powerful way to then be able to take on and build out that digital journey. So where do you start? Well, the focus, or the best way that I've seen this, is to focus on establishing a win. How do I prove that this concept works? How do I prove this to the business? And so getting that value-based outcome is always a hard thing. But if you're looking at automation, or if you're looking at integrating tooling into this workflow and looking to build patterns, there's probably an automated or codified part of that you've already built or have partially built, or you have multiple parts that you could put together to define the outcome. The key thing is to define that business value outcome, whether that's migrating a VM, whether it's an IoT deployment, whether it's moving a database. But find out what is important and is valuable to your business. Create that as the focus outcome, and then work back from that around how you can define that repeatability. And once you have that outcome, you can tie your technology to it, and you'll be able to define and build your patterns to actually create your blueprints that help you then drive your transformation. We have seen many of our partners, and I've worked with many of the Microsoft SI partners around this concept, and they are taking and using this concept. So work with your partners, reach out to your Microsoft teams. They're all there to help you actually drive and adopt and deliver in Azure and take up that challenge of being able to help you with your business meet its digital transformation. And hopefully some of these ideas and leveraging some of the blueprint techniques that we've talked about will help you get started with your digital journey onto the Azure platform. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate your time. If you'd like to learn more, please go and visit learn.hashicorp.com. That's our learning site where we have interactive tools that allow you to experience and experiment with all the products that I mentioned and talked about here. I really do appreciate your time and hope to see you again. Thank you.